You come with your noise, I leave with my peace. Ooh ha ha. I scared you. Come on, didn't I? It is not even dusk yet. You break the same rules your parliament makes. Well, rules are there to be broken, and what do you want?
So from the beginning we see that there's tension between these two characters, something that has happened that has brought a rift between them. And of course, Red String says that
it is not what you think, but please understand, we did not mean to do it.
They were targeting someone else.
The cunning bird.
Yeah, the cunning bird.
The cunning bird, or whatever you call her, is still a bird, a member of this kingdom, and has freedoms and right to life. Freedoms have limits, rights come with responsibilities.
So from that beginning we see that there is some dictatorial kind of leadership that is happening here.
What has my salary have to do with this bill?
Feathered Beacon straight-eyed, did you ever protest the bill that increased your compensation from 1 fried rat a day to 3 fried rats, frog soup and baked mice with honey and mayonnaise?
Money bags, that has nothing to do with this bill. We hooted in unison then, because we deserved it. You and your sycophants do not deserve even an uncooked tail of a rat. I cannot believe that RMTD is no more. How could you fight your own reflection? Fighting your own reflection is like fighting Royal Owl. You never win. Now look, you have killed yourself.
We can see his friends, or the other birds, Osogo, Ochongo Rio, and Telltale at the grave. They are wondering why they could kill Arumtidi, yet he was their chief propagandist. And at this point, we see that the birds cannot trust even the owls, those working for the owls. And now this death, as we were seeing, it could be the beginning of a problem for the owls, because they have killed a hornbill.
Yeah,
so what?
Who is one of their allies?
And all the other birds, the day birds and the night birds, do not like that idea. So coupled with that revolution, the revolt that the birds were planning, this is just a catalyst for the war to begin.
History has been made. I'm informed Royal Owl will be present to oversee the swearing-in of Oyundi.
Why did Royal Owl have a sudden change of heart? The big question is whether we see in the near future a more liberal King Tula.
Interesting question, Veteran P.
No, you traitor!
Royal, oh, hear me out, hear me out. This is not true. This is a dream about Yundi. They about want to damage my image and finish me politically.
Hello viewers, my name is Dennis Omolo, a teacher of English and Literature at Nairobi School. I'm also very passionate about poetry, and it is my pleasure to welcome you to our analysis of Parliament of Owls, courtesy of Climax Educational Publishers.
I'm Faith Nanjala from Akram School, a teacher of English. I'm also a poet.
So for today's session, we're going to look at the whole complexion of the English paper, starting with English paper 1, paper 2 and paper 3. We'll look at the areas of examination and the issues that will be raised in the paper and how to answer them. Then after that, we'll look at a Parliament of Owls, starting with the author, then the relevance of the title, then we'll take the episodic approach. So for the English paper, we have paper 1, paper 2 and paper 3. We'll start by looking at paper 1. Paper 1 is primarily a functional paper, which means that it looks at the way English is used in our everyday life. It is almost the practical bits of the English language in the exam. It has 3 sections. The first section is the functional writing, which carries 20 marks. So for this functional writing, we can have things like a letter, both official and informal.
Formal or informal.
What else can we have in
We
this
can
section?
have receipts, where we write an receipt and an email, or write a condolence letter. plus any other thing.
So basically, it means that we can have one item, a long item, or we can have two short items of, let's say, 10 marks each.
Yeah. For example, you can ask a student to write an email and then attach a recipe.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so this one carries 20 marks. What we need to know is that we have one of the most critical parts of it is the format, because each writing has its own format. The format is like what you would see for the first time, what can differentiate, let's say, a letter from a recipe or a speech, for example.
Yes,
So-
like for recipes, we can have frames. Yeah.
So like the short ones, you do frames. So for the letter, the format is the address, the date, salutation, two
The
addresses.
complementary clause.
Yeah, like yours faithfully, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah, things like that. So for this one, the best thing to do is always to look at the question and ask yourself, what is the question asking me? First, you determine the kind of functional writing that is needed. So if a question says, you are a Form 1 student, you've just done your first term, write a letter to your friend telling them about your new school. So the keyword there is going to be the letter.
Yes.
And then because you're writing it to your friend, you're going to know that this is an informal letter. So first thing to determine is the kind of
address and the greetings.
and the greetings.
Yes.
Yeah. So you determine the kind of functional writing you're going to do, and then how you're going to arrange your thoughts in a format and content. Yeah. So another thing that we need to know about the functional writing is that you need to know the tone that you're going to use. Is it an official kind of thing, or you're going to do a friendly one, informal one? For an informal writing, like a friendly letter, you can do something like greetings. You can talk to your friend about the things you ate last month or something like this. But if it is a formal kind of writing, which means, let's say, an application letter, you just dive right into it. So that is the first question of paper 1, the functional writing. Question 2 is the cloze test. You can tell us something about the cloze test first.
Yeah, cloze tests mostly are extracted from magazines or textbooks, and normally they bear the exact answers. Yeah, sometimes when students write their answers, all answers once articulated sound correct, but we have to choose the correct answers. That is now from the extract. We have the fixed answers for cloze tests. Yes.
So for the cloze test, one of the most important things to remember is that the blank space should be filled using only one word. One word and one word only.
Yes.
And as you've said, if a student has 2 words that they think can fit, they have to ask themselves which is the best.
Yeah.
Yeah, the
Just
better
fill
word.
one correct answer.
So one of the strategies, what is one of the strategies that they can use to answer these questions, like to know the answers? What can they do when they're in the exam? It is a cloze test. What do they do to handle it?
So I think first, for a student to do well in cloze tests, they must have a reading culture. They should read more comprehensions, go through more magazines. So this will have them be conversant with the grammar. So when it comes to questions, it becomes easy for them to answer because they could have interacted with these prepositions and conjunctions in many passages as possible.
Yeah, I agree with you, because the cloze test it always tests how much you know in the practical bit of the
Yes.
language,
Yeah.
because it has prepositions, it has conjunctions, it has idiomatic expressions.
Talk of adjectives, that is predicative and attributive
Yeah.
adjectives.
Yeah, things like
yes.
that. Another thing to always look at is, I think the first thing they need to do actually when they get into the exam for the cloze test, they have to go through the cloze test, read through it before they start answering the question.
Yes.
Because that's when you read through the cloze test, it tells you the context. What are we talking about? Is it talking about football or fashion or technology? Because there are words that we use in those kind of contexts. So one strategy, go through the cloze test before you answer it.
Yes.
And then you have to look at the subject-verb agreement. Are we talking about a plural noun, so that it goes with a plural form of the verb, or something like that? You have to ask yourself, does this word come just at the beginning of a sentence, so that it begins in a capital letter or something like that? So the cloze test carries 10 marks. So as Faith has said, to be very good at it, you have to read
More passages.
more passages. Of course, even novels can help.
Yes.
Also, just the daily use of the language, because that's when you pick these words that go together. Yeah. So question number 3 in paper 1 is now the functional skills, or we can call them oral skills. And for this one, you can have an array of questions. One can be a very short poem that asks about performance.
Yes.
Yeah, like examples of these things.
We are asked about the nonverbal cues used in the performance. We can also be asked about what are you supposed to do as you introduce your narrative or your poem. Yeah. Then the courtesy of language. Yes, that is
Okay.
it. Yeah.
So for this one we can have a short poem, or we can also have a short
An
narrative.
oral song. Yeah.
So that you're asked about the performance parts of it. For the poem, or even for the poem especially, you can be asked, especially the first one is always about the sound patterns.
Yes.
So that can be asked in many ways. You can be asked about how rhythm has been achieved.
Yes.
And then, of course, you remember that you talk about 4 things. You talk about rhyme, you talk about repetition, you talk about alliteration and consonance
and assonance.
and things like that. So
Then
another
we
thing,
also give their significance.
yeah, you have to tell us what they do. For example, you can be asked
The
about
sound patterns, we can say they create rhythm, enhance memorability, then makes the poem interesting. Yes.
Yeah, true. So another question you can be asked related to that is describe the rhyme scheme. How should someone go about that when you're asked about describe the rhyme scheme?
Describing the rhyme scheme, look at the words at the end, then try to pronounce them. Yeah, so sometimes words with similar ending, that is, they get to a similar pronunciation. That is now they form a rhyming words. Yeah. Then when you are identifying the rhyming scheme, if the first word and the second word are rhyming, so we have A and A. If they're not rhyming, we get to A and B. As we arrange the alphabetical letters chronologically, then we identify the rhyme scheme.
Okay.
Yeah, so if we have a regular pattern, that is maybe A, A, B, B, C, C, we can say the rhyme scheme is regular to show that the pattern can be predicted.
Yeah.
And if the rhyme scheme is irregular, that shows that the pattern cannot be predicted.
Yeah, true. Very true. So when writing that, A, B, B, C, C, we have we have ways of writing it. You can do, the best one is always to do the small letters without spacing. So A, B, B, C, C, just the small letters in a bundle like that. But if you can also do that if we have different stanzas in the poem. You can group the ones that are in one stanza, and then you do a space for the next ones. So rhyme scheme, if you're told to describe, you do identify the rhyme scheme first, right?
Yes.
And then you tell us what you think about the rhyme scheme, whether it is regular or irregular.
Yeah, at times you can also use the uppercase to describe the rhyme scheme.
Yeah. But then you don't do the comma.
Yes.
Yeah, the comma is what you don't do. So that is one thing that can be on the third section of paper 1. You can also be given a dialogue that is complete.
Yes.
Then you're asked about how etiquette has been used or the lack of it.
Then you also look at the language aspect of the aspects of speech in the dialogue. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe if someone is using non-standard language, you also have to identify that.
Okay.
Then under that, we can also look at the shortcomings in field work. Yeah. Maybe someone goes somewhere, then there is inadequate transport, poor transportation, and etc.
Okay. Then also under the dialogue, you can be given a dialogue that is incomplete. Now you have to fill in the dialogue. Of course, what you need to remember, just like the close test, you go through the whole dialogue before you start answering. You think about the context, what they're talking about. Then, if you're answering something, you have to think about what the speaker A has said before, what has been said before this speaker, and what is being said after the speaker. So that if it's a question that is answered after the blank space, you have to ask the question in the blank space. So things like that. Also, we can talk about the short forms in this, the tongue twisters, riddles, and things like that. So you can be given one of those items, let's say a tongue twister, given there, and you're asked to identify, to classify that kind of item. So you have to know the short forms and things like that. So as we've seen, paper 1 is very practical.
Yeah, before you continue, as for riddles, you can also be given riddles. You are asked to define them,
Yeah.
give the riddling process, give the characteristics, and etc.
Yeah, true. So of course, reading process very, very important. I remember, I think the last 3 years, there was a riddle that was given at KCSE paper 1, and then you had to identify the parts of that process, of the reading process. So it's very important to remember that. Yeah, what else? You can be asked things like giving a speech. You've gone somewhere, you're giving a speech, just very practical things about the use of the language. You're giving a speech and you've realized that your audience is not concentrating. What are the things that you saw? So it's also very important for students to know the signals or the signs of a passive audience, the signals or the signs of an active audience, how to prepare for a speech before, keywords like before, what to do during the speech to make it interesting. Yeah, things like that is very important. So that was paper 1, which carries 60 marks. We are now going to look at paper 2, which carries 80. And this paper is comprised of question number 1, which is the comprehension, an unseen comprehension. And then we have question number 2, which is an excerpt. And then question number 3 can be a poem, an oral poem or any secular poem. And then you can have also an oral narrative. And then question 4 is the grammar, which carries 15 marks.
Yes.
So for the comprehension, it carries 20, and of course you have to read it once or twice, but the first reading is very important. You read it without looking at the questions so that you know what the comprehension is about, the key issues. Sometimes they make some words in bold. That means that those words are going to come in during the question. So you have to look at the context and then think about the meanings of those words. After that, you look at the questions and then you read for a second time looking for the answers to those questions.
Yes.
One of the most important things to remember is to look at the way the question is framed. So if you're asked, let's say, give a list or in point form. So you have to do bullets, numbers, or something like that. Otherwise, all the other answers should be in prose, written in paragraph form, unless you're told expressly to list or state or do something like that.
Yes.
Which is the other thing they need to remember about comprehension.
Yeah, answering comprehension questions are very easy because at least every question comes from
The
each
comprehension
paragraph.
itself. Yeah.
Yes, so like question 1 will come from paragraph 1 of the comprehension, question 2 from paragraph 2 as they continues. Yeah, so the students should be very keen to identify the answers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there are those questions that want them to now interpret. I think they're always, they're not so direct, so you have to understand really what the comprehension is about.
Yes.
Then we have some questions that ask about the use of the meanings of the words or the expressions. One of the most important things to remember is to look at the tense. Let's say someone wrote an example, they wrote got rid of, which is in the past tense. So you have to, instead of saying dispose of or something, you have to say disposed. So you have to look at the tense of the word that you're given or the phrase, so that your answer should also be in the same tense. So that is question 1, the comprehension. Question 2 is the excerpt, which is just extracted from one of the set books, the compulsory set books. What does that really mean when they are asked to place the excerpt in its immediate context?
The student is only asked to say what happens before this given excerpt and what happens after the excerpt.
Okay.
Yes.
So that means the words they should use, especially, they have to say before this excerpt, the word before is very important,
Yes.
and then after is also important. But the key word is always immediate context, which means you don't go far back. You have to make sure that it is the action that occurred just before the excerpt,
Yes.
and the action that occurs right
After.
after the excerpt. Then you're going to be asked things about stylistic devices, which most of them will tie you to the excerpt, because unless they're told from elsewhere, which is very rare. So your stylistic devices are supposed to be
From the excerpt, because you'll need illustrations from the excerpt.
from the excerpt.
Yes.
You will also be asked about character traits.
And themes. Yes.
Okay. So for question 3, we can expect to have an oral narrative or
Or
a poem.
yeah.
So
a complex poem.
A complex poem.
Yes.
Okay. So what should they expect? Let's say for the poem, for example.
Yeah, they can have a poem where they'll be asked to give the subject matter of the poem or the themes, talk about the poem itself, and then other questions like the identifying the poetic devices or mnemonic devices. Yes.
And then there'll also be this where they're also asked about the persona, which is
Yes.
one of my favorite questions, because it always students always think it's one of the most difficult. But yeah, just knowing that the persona is the voice in the poem or the eye that is looking at everything happening in the poem. So when that kind of question is asked, you have to ask yourself, if there's the pronoun I, then you have to identify the owner of this I, and then you have to give as much information as possible, is in terms of gender, in terms of age, in terms of profession, if it is in the poem. Sometimes it's just an observer without lots of details. So the persona, it's one of the most important questions in this paper 2 poem.
Yes, and for you to identify the persona, at least you must have understood the poem first.
True. So it's important to look at all those details. This is where you can also be asked, as you've said, about the themes, about the subject matter, which is just what the poem is talking about. And of course, they have to remember, students have to remember that everything they say about the poem, they have to give evidence from the poem.
Yes.
An example of the persona. If you say that the persona is a child,
Yeah,
who
you
is
have to give an illustration from
or
the
to
poem.
show that they're a child who is maybe
Yes.
talking to the mother or something like that. Then also we can have an oral narrative.
Yeah, we can be given a story that is among the long forms of oral literature. Like, yeah, the students already have gone through the fables, August stories, human tales, and etc. Yeah. So they are asked to clarify the narrative first, then look at characteristics that identify the narrative you've named. For example, look at if the narrative is having an opening formula or closing formula, such things.
Things like that. So if they say this is an ogre narrative, they have to give the evidence that shows that there's an ogre in the story, and this
Yes.
ogre is meeting violence on people and things like that.
Yeah.
Then another thing they will be asked is, they're going to be asked about, they can be asked about stylistic devices, which they have to know and give evidence from the poem about.
Yes.
The oral narrative about. They are also going to be asked about character traits of some characters.
Yes.
And they have to remember that when they're doing character traits, they have to use adjectives. And they pick the best. Because some students have seen they can say Faith is cunning, what, and what. That is very dangerous, because if one of those is wrong, it dilutes the whole
fail.
answer.
Or some end up saying she's not cunning,
Yeah, she's
not kind. Yeah,
So
such words.
they have to give one word that summarizes the character trait, and then they have to give an illustration. They have to explain. If they say so-and-so is cunning, they have to say so-and-so played a trick on person B and person C and they gained this, and then they have to give that evidence. It's really
Yes.
important.
Yeah, under that you can also look at the economic activities in the very narrative.
Yeah.
Maybe let's say you can have farming, cattle raiding, and etc.
So these economic activities are the ones that bring food to the table. If they
Yes.
are gathering that is still bringing food to the table, because so hunting brings food to the table. That is, farming brings food to the table.
Yes.
Even barter trading still brings us food to the table. So economic activities in that sense, because these are always set in rural settings, they have to be very careful about the way they frame their answers. I've also seen students just doing agriculture in general. They have to tell us what form of agriculture that
Yes,
these people are
is
doing.
it. On the same, we can also have questions on moral lessons.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then other questions on, maybe say, ask a student to provide a suitable proverb for the narrative.
In
Yeah.
narrative. And about the moral lesson, I think they need to remember that they should state it in the positive, not like say positive things, but they should not use words like as not. An example, they should not say, we learn not to tell lies.
Yes.
So instead of saying that, they should say, we learn to always tell the truth. Yeah, so it's important to frame it in the positive without using the word not or did not or something like that. Then after framing it, they have to give the evidence that shows that moral lesson. An example, we learn to tell the truth. Then you say that the hare told the truth, and this is why this village was saved. So they have to give all that for the
Yes.
moral lesson. So that is for question number 3. Then we have the question number 4, which is grammar. 15 marks. There's going to be all those items. There are going to be prepositions,
Questions on order of adjectives.
order of adjectives. They're going to be tenses,
rewriting
plurals.
sentences. Yeah.
Yeah, things like that. So this is just a whole thing about all the grammar items that we have covered since Form 1 to Form 4. And of course, the more questions and practice that they do, the better they're going to be in this. And the other one, they always like these prepositions that are always used together, or idiomatic expressions. Also, they have to remember phrasal verbs. They have to remember that if they're told to replace, they should just try to rewrite the sentence, not just throw the word in the blank space.
Yes.
Things
Yeah.
like that.
So at least on the same, the student should be keen on capitalization and use of internal and final punctuation marks.
True. Because this is why it is grammar. So we are going to be very, very keen in punctuation. Do they
Yes.
begin their sentences in capital letters? Do they end them in terminal punctuation?
marks.
That's a dot, things like that. So they have to be very careful how they write their sentences. Yeah.
And some students even tend to forget and write proper nouns starting with a small letter,
small letter.
and common noun starting with a capital letter, which is very wrong. Yeah.
True.
Some even misuse the punctuation marks.
Then there's this question they like setting. They can give you a word that you can use in 2 different situations depending on the word class. And then there's they can give you 2 sentences and then you differentiate the meaning. An example, Kipchoge even finished the race, and then even Kipchoge finished the race. So those 2, you have to be very, 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 very clear about the differences. So for one, you will say, an example, you will say that Kipchoge among other people finished the race, and then the next one you can say that among other things that he did, you also finished the race. So you have to make sure that the 2 sentences or explanations are very clear in their differences.
Yeah. We can have another sentence, maybe the guilty people and the people guilty. Yeah. So one to show a specific act, and the other one to show the general act.
The general act, yeah. They have to be very careful about that. So basically that is paper 2. Now we go to paper 3, which carries 60 marks.
Yes, paper 3 carries 60 marks. We have question 1A and B, that is creative writing and argumentative writing. We have question 2, the compulsory set text, and question 3, the optional set text. So under the creative writing, a student is supposed to give a captivating story of their own. And mostly the questions can have, let's say, write a composition beginning with the following words, or write a composition ending in the following words. Sometimes a student can be given a proverb for them to give a story on the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then under the argumentative essay, the student is supposed to decide whether they'll be the affirmative or the negative
Yeah.
side. Then in the conclusion part, they'll give a critique on the
Of
same.
their
Yeah.
own. Allow me to say something about question number 1A, which is the creative composition. Unless the student is told to be a student, what I've always found that works, unless the students had been told to write as a student, when they write as a different character, it is always more captivating, because a student and school environment, it is so predictable. But if you are the president or a minister or an athlete, so I always encourage them that whenever possible, and it's always possible, they should go out of the school compound. That alone, just that alone, makes their composition different from most compositions.
True.
Another thing is they should always try not to do what some of them used to do in primary school, to load the whole thing with idiomatic expressions, proverbs, all those things.
As happy as a
everything,
king,
yeah,
the
all those
frog's
similes,
kingdom.
yeah, things like that. We just want a story that first we can understand, and a story told in a different way. So here we prioritize twists and turns. Show me something I don't expect. That is what, captivates me. I think one of the most important things they can do is to begin the story with a captivating kind of sentence, which means they can begin with someone talking, or they can begin with the climax, and then now we are hooked, because the first paragraph is very important for a marker. We judge you by the first paragraph. If you say, I woke up in the morning, if you start that way,
Personal grooming that takes almost 2 paragraphs.
2 paragraphs. I've also seen some students, they don't plan their work, so they just do the normal thing. When it is the last paragraph, now they realize the story is almost done. They've not done anything important or captivating. Now they want to load the last paragraph with everything, things blowing up, people running out of nowhere. So one of the things I always advise students to do is to plan before they write. They have to know the story they're writing. They have to know the way they will begin the story. They have to know the middle. They have to know the conflict they're going to be bringing. They have to know the twists. Another thing is that they should avoid the dreams. The dreams are now overdone. That you tell a story and say, then I woke up.
It was a dream.
It was just a dream. Yeah.
They even tend to say it was a triumphant dream.
Triumphant dream. Another thing is the title is not marked, but the title can be used creatively to capture the attention of the marker. Yes, it will not give you a mark, but it can set the tone. So you avoid titles. If you have to do a title, avoid titles that are predictable, like an unforgettable day, a day I will never forget, things like that. If you write a title like maybe Arise with an exclamation, I'll be interested. What is this thing all about? So the title, they can always use it to their advantage. Yeah. So I think that's it for question number 1. Question 2.
Now, the question 2 is now the compulsory set text. So with this, the student should be well versed with what's happening in the set book, should know all the characters, plus their character traits, know about the themes and the stylistic devices used for them to be able to write. Although you can find sometimes a student knows what is happening, but doesn't know what character has done what in the very novel. Or they tend to quote a certain sentence with a wrong character.
Yeah, wrong character.
So
then
at least they should be able to know the characters, what they have done, and when was it done. So with the set books, we normally have they should write at least 6 paragraphs. That is, the first paragraph is the introductory part, where the student links the set book to the contemporary society. Talk about what is happening in the society. Let's say if it's the challenges people are facing, something of the sort. If it's leaders, the leadership, poor leadership, how subjects and heads are relating. Then give the first, the 4 paragraphs, that is paragraph 2, 3, 4, and 5, main points from the text, well elaborated. Then the last paragraph, it's just a closing remark on what you've talked about in the other paragraphs. Yes.
Yeah, the conclusion. Yeah, it's very important. Also, the thing is, they should just write 6 paragraphs, because anything more than 6 will always, okay, yeah, they will mark the 6 best, but you see, you're going to be using a lot of time. And some of these questions, they don't, if you write more than 6 paragraphs, it means your content for the paragraphs is going to be very thin because you stretched it.
Yes.
So the first thing, they have to think about what the question is asking. 2 ways. Is it asking you to talk about different characters? 4 different characters to illustrate what has been asked, or are you going to use 1 character but with 4 different dimensions? An example, if they ask about leadership and corruption, or some of these things lead to corruption, if there are 4 corrupt individuals, then you have to talk about the 4 corrupt individuals. But if they ask you about character A's determination leads to their success, illustrate, then it is just that character, but 4 different things that they do that shows that they are determined. Yeah, so another thing they have to remember is that the introduction has to be very clear. They can use a generalized one, and then they say that, an example, if they're told life is full of twists and turns, using such and such a book illustrates this, then you can say, they can just start that this life is very unpredictable and it can throw things at you that you didn't expect. Then they can mention maybe 2 or 3 characters in passing in the book that have gone through those things and maybe have come out with different results. Then each paragraph has to be very, very, very well illustrated. We always recommend around 10 to 13 lines. Why? Because each paragraph for the content, we're going to have 3 marks assigned to it. And for you to get the 3 marks is not very easy. You have to give the 3 dimensions. You have to identify a character, tell us what they do in very, very clear terms. This is where the details you're talking about comes into play. So the student has to read the book over and over and over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah. If someone is selling a plot in a story and the amount that they sold the plot for is given in the story, in your book you have to identify that amount, because if you don't, in your writing you have to identify that amount. If you don't, then the details are not there. So that's why they have to do it, read and read and read. Yeah. Question, what else could
Then
you...
when giving the answers, they are also not supposed to indicate the pages they
Yeah,
got the answer.
they won't. They should not indicate the pages.
Yeah, then on the optional text, a student choose the set books
Yeah.
they would like to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, then they give the best out of it.
Yeah. I know the issue is always you've not read all the 3 set books.
Yeah.
Most of the students, they've not read all the 3 set books. But if someone had read all the 3 set books, then I think you would choose the question that you think you can illustrate the best. So for this one, you would deal with it the same way you deal with question number 2, because it's just the essay again. What else did we not mention about the essay? The conclusion is just a summary of everything you've talked about. So it can be just done in 2-3 sentences and you're done.
Yes. Conclusion part, sometimes don't mention the characters you've not mentioned
Yeah,
in the other
body,
paragraphs.
in the other paragraphs. Yeah. Some students also just, they narrate the story. Yeah, the marker is just going to be saying narration. You should not narrate the story. You should tie what you're saying to the question. An example, if someone is asking about determination, narrating how someone walked from point A to point B and took 10 days to do that. If you don't say that this shows that they're so determined to get whatever they wanted to get, if you just narrate the whole ordeal, then you don't get very good marks. So the trick is always to mention, always point to the story, to the question, the main issue of the question in your writing. If we see the word determination, determined everywhere, then yeah, that one now makes your writing more relevant to the question. So as we've seen, question paper 3 has 60 marks,
Yes.
paper 2 has 80 marks, paper 1
Has
60.
60.
That turns to 200. Of course, we do that times a half. But this brings us to now the set books and how important they are to our grades, because in paper 3 we have the 40 marks for the set books. In paper 2 we have the 25 marks for the excerpt. Now if you divide that, if you add that, you get 65. Divide by 2, that is around 32 or 33% of the whole English exam.
That means for a student to score well, they must pass the
The set books,
Yeah.
because it is 33% of your grades. Very, very important. Yeah.
Yeah, again, now that we do integrate the skills, once they are well versed with the set books, they'll be able to answer grammar questions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and also write other things.
Yeah, true. What I would suggest to students, if you're watching this now, I would suggest that read the book as many times as you can. Because the first reading is just to understand what the story is about, but the second and subsequent readings now, all the other issues come to life and you'll get all of the details that you need for the excerpt and also the...
Yeah, to get enough details and you can even relate them to our current situation. Yeah, like maybe if you read a novel about leadership, what rings into your mind, you look at what we are going through currently. Yeah, if you read a novel about male chauvinism, you look into the society, what happened during our grandmother's time.
Yeah, true. Now we shift our attention to Parliament of Owls, and we'll start by looking at the author, then we'll look at the cover and then the relevance of the title, and then we'll do an episodic approach of the play. The Parliament of Owls was written by Adipo Sidang, and from the blurb we see that he's a Kenyan award-winning poet and playwright, and he won the 2017 BART Award for African Young Adult Literature with his adult novella, A Boy Named Coco, which was also shortlisted for the BART Award for African Young Adult Literature the same year, and the Jomo Kenyatta Prize for Literature in 2019. Sidang is passionate about art, its policy, and governance setting. He has previously taught philosophy in Kenyan universities, and I remember recently was teaching at, before he left, he was teaching at the University of Nairobi. Parliament of Owls is his first collection of poems, was published in 2016 by Native Intelligence, and it was this collection of poems that brought this masterpiece that we now have. It started as a poem, a collection of poems talking about governance, dictatorship, and things like that. And then when it received very good reviews, he turned it into some skits. The skits were so rich that the audience was asking for more, and when that happened, he thought he could write a whole fully fledged play. And this is what we have now. Faith is going to talk about the cover, what we see there, and maybe what it could mean, and then I'll come and talk about the relevance of the title. Faith.
Yeah, so on the cover page, we can see 3 owls sitting on a branch, and one is bigger than the others.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then we can see other birds. So we're going to see maybe the relevance of that, why that owl is bigger than the others and what they are up to, right?
Yes.
Good. So the relevance of the title, Parliament of Owls. As the title suggests, this is a parliament, of course, the arm of a government that makes laws and passes them. Creates bills and passes them into law. And then it is, from the title, we can see that it is just made up of owls. We'll see in the play that originally the parliament is constituted of only owls, and other birds are not allowed in, yet they're in the kingdom of birds, which means that all the birds should be part of the parliament. Now, this story is so rich. One thing we see about the play is that it's so rich. It is an allegory. An allegory means that the characters in the story and their names stand for some ideas in the society. So there's symbolism there. We're going to see that the royal owl stands for someone, maybe some people in the society who always rule with an iron fist. The names, even the names of the birds and what they do, it talks about their character traits, and they stand for people in the society. We're going to see that the story is rich in symbolism and the way it weaves all the other issues in the society, especially governance, freedom, things like tribalism in some way, things like, of course, one of the biggest themes is dictatorship and things like that. Then
We also have bad governance.
yeah, bad governance. And what else are we going to be talking about? There's corruption.
Yes.
Yeah. Good. So, our take on this play is going to be an episodic approach. And as we know, an episodic approach just looks at the most important, especially important chunks of action in the play. In terms of plot, we know that plot is the sequence of events in a story. So these events, how can we lump them together? So this is what we call the episodic approach. An episode. An episode can be identified as, if you're talking like this, talking about Parliament of Owls, and then a friend of ours comes in and now comes with a different story. Our first episode is what we were doing, and then the second episode will be marked by maybe
A different character.
a different character entering the scene, changing the discussion, right? Bringing in new ideas. That is what we say. Also, an episode, of course, we know the markers of a play. A play is marked by acts and scenes.
Yes.
That is also a way to mark episodes. But when the scene or act is longer, we can divide it into chunks of those action that we were talking about. That is what we're going to do. Also, we know that a literary piece of work is made up of many elements. Just like food, it has spices and ingredients, which come together to form what we enjoy. The same thing is with literature. Like a literary piece of work like this, we're going to talk about an element like plot, which we've talked about the sequence of events, what happens after what, and how are they related. Then we talk about characters and character traits, because they have to be people or players that are telling the story or are taking part in the story. Those are the characters. And then the characterization bit of the characters, how their character traits are brought out through what they say, through what they do, through how they interact with other characters, right?
Yes, or what they are based at.
Yeah, okay, what they're based on. And then also what other characters say about them can also bring out their character traits in some way. So one, plot; second, character and characterization. We have themes, and themes are the ideas,
The main
ideas that are discussed. Some are smaller, but some are always bigger. The bigger ones always recur. They are almost everywhere in the plot. Smaller ones just sprinkled along the way. So we have the themes, and the themes are very relevant to us, because I think that is one of the things that the author wanted to bring to the fore. The theme of this governance bit, and how people can be ruled by either a bad leader who makes sure that even the little they have is taken away from them, as we're going to see, or a good leader who takes care of their issues, or someone who brings themselves up into a pedestal, or someone who is very humble and does not want to take credit for these things. So that theme is going to be one of our most important. So plot, character and characterization,
Thematic
then themes,
approach.
the themes,
Stylistic device.
stylistic devices. What are stylistic devices, if a student may ask?
Stylistic devices are the creative ways used by the author to bring in flavor of the language.
Okay. Yeah, so one of the things, if it were a novel, of course, one of the most, I think stylistic devices, you look at the language, someone is narrating, then something interesting happens with the language, something interesting, they throw in a
Yeah.
simile, they throw in a metaphor,
Humor,
some humor,
satire,
some
yes.
satire there.
Sarcasm.
Sarcasm. And for a novel, we would also talk about the dialogue. But for a play, and this is very important to our students, the play is primarily 2 or 3 people or even 4 people talking, which means for it to qualify as a play, there has to be dialogue. And that is why we write the name of the character and then what they've said. There's a reason why we don't do it with quotation marks, because that is what a play is supposed to do. Meaning dialogue is not a stylistic device in plays,
Yes.
but it is a stylistic device elsewhere.
In a
Because
novel,
in a novel,
yeah.
yeah, something, or even a poem, we could even have a dialogue in a poem. But for the play, dialogue is not a stylistic device, because by the word play, it means it is based on dialogue.
Yes.
So you cannot have a play that is not based on dialogue.
dialogue.
That is why dialogue does not become a stylistic device. So yeah, we have lots of them we're going to look at. Another thing, setting. But setting is just one, although it changes from the kingdom. It is in the bird kingdom, the kingdom of the birds. And we're going to see why this setting is important. If it is in the evening, why is this important? Maybe there's an event that is going to take place at night, and that also, it changes the way they talk about what is happening. Like we're going to see here with the moonlight bill, or that becomes law. Why, if you're discussing it just before night falls, then you are probably going to be more agitated than maybe in the morning. Things
Or
like
maybe
that.
sometimes we can have the summit in the evening. Maybe some birds are restricted.
Yeah,
That's
so,
why
yeah.
it was scheduled
Yeah.
at that specific time.
Okay, yeah. So we're going to see that. So as we've seen, we're going to look at the episodic approach. Episodes, we've divided them into 20 episodes, chunks or lumped actions together that are distinct from each other. But we have to remember that, as I said at the beginning, this is like food. You have all these ingredients. You should not take one away. If you take one away, then the food becomes different. So all these things, they feed
We
off
incorporate.
each other to form what we now are going to enjoy as Parliament of Owls.
Owls.
We now start looking at Parliament of Owls using the episodic approach, and we have divided Act 1 into 3 episodes. The first episode is the beginning, the opening scene, and it is going to have 2 characters, Osogo
And red string.
and Red String. And Osogo is the weaver bird, and Red String is an owl. Yeah. So it begins, the scene opens at sunset. Osogo, the weaver bird, is perched on a stone. He is playing a flute. It is a very melancholic tone. It is sad. Sounds like Osogo is mourning something. And then he's disturbed when he looks around. He sees that Red String Owl is around and he's not amused. He even wants to fly away. So from the beginning, we see that there's tension between these 2 characters, something that has happened that has brought a rift between them. And of course, Red String says that they did not mean to target Osogo or people close to Osogo. They were targeting someone else.
The cunning bird.
Yeah, the cunning bird. So we are introduced to something, that there's a cunning bird was being targeted, but this attack ended up
In massacre of 33 weavers.
yeah, 33 weavers. So we're going to see that later on it's going to be explained in full, but for now we see that there was something that Red String had planned. Osogo had an idea of it, but it turned out in a different way. So Osogo says that this cunning bird that was being targeted is still a bird in the kingdom, and he has rights. He or she has rights. But we are told by Red String that
Freedoms have limits. Rights come with responsibilities.
from that beginning we see that there is some dictatorial kind of
Leadership.
leadership that is happening here. and he gives examples of birds. A bird like a falcon, he tells Osogo that even Osogo is limited in his flight, but a bird like a falcon is the one that can fly the highest to the clouds, right? Then we look at, so we are introduced to these two characters and the issues surrounding them. We have realized from what Red String is saying that the owls are the ones that are superior to the other birds, because they can do a better job at protecting the kingdom. If the other birds were let to lead, then the kingdom would turn into chaos. Another issue is Osogo is surprised to see Red String because it is not yet dusk actually. And so that also tells us that there are birds that are supposed to be just twittering and walking and doing their business at night, and others are day birds. So we have those night birds and day birds.
Yes, the Red String says rules are meant to be broken, so he'll mend and breaks them.
So that means he's the creator of the rules, and he can break them at
any
will,
time.
At any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that he's close to the owls, or let's say the royal owl, he can get to anywhere at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are exceptions to every rule, and the owls are immune to the rules that they set.
Yes.
So other birds, other owls, of course, are supposed to be not supposed to be walking around, but Red String is. Then another
or you
thing
can say the owls make rules that favor them.
Yes. And so this issue of them protecting the kingdom and being the ones that are entitled with leadership and they are ordained, he's talking about another thing, that they protect the kingdom from attackers like the python.
Yes.
And Osogo knows the reason. He tells Red String that this python, these are the people you invite to your parties or to your gatherings at night, and now you're pretending that they're attackers, they're enemies of our kingdom. So we're now seeing a situation where this python is being used as a hangman or a way to punish birds that have dissenting voices. So an example, it is very symbolic, like we said the beginning of the book. It is very symbolic because it just talks about the society. There are dictatorial governments that do not allow voices that criticize them. So these voices, whenever you try to talk, you're punished in some way.
You are either killed.
Yeah. Something like that. So there's a massacre that happened. It affected Osogo's family, and this is why he's sad. He's sad. We're also told here that the python is used as the executioner. So when, like we said, other birds, they criticize the owls or the royal owl, or they criticize the parliament, they are sent to the caves.
To the python and they're eaten.
Yeah. So this is what we see in this first episode of Act 1, and then of course it ends. The end of the episode is marked when Telltale, the woodpecker, comes into the scene
to realize the conversation.
Yeah. So that is what happens.
Yeah.
So we can talk about maybe the themes that are brought out between this exchange. We learned so many things in this exchange. We learned that the owls look at themselves as the only birds that should lead,
are capable of leading. Yeah. So you can say that is dictatorship.
Yeah, there's dictatorship. And if you look at them as a tribe of people, we can also talk about tribalism. We can also talk about a theme like freedom and the way it is being denied, because Red String is saying that freedoms have limits, and those birds like Oyundi, the canning bird,
they can't fly that high.
Yeah, things like that. They can't fly
that high. What about favoritism?
Yeah, favoritism is there, I think, because the owls are the ones who make and break the rules. Now we have Red String walking around later on he'll say that he's allowed to make technical appearances whenever he wants.
Anywhere.
But now he says our rules are there to be broken. So favoritism because the owls are being favored compared to other birds. Yeah, so we have that. Character traits, we can talk about some character traits of, let's say, who? We can talk
Red string, we can say is boastful.
Yeah, boastful.
Yeah, he says can break rules and mend them. Yeah, then can make technical appearances anywhere at any given time.
Yeah, so he's boastful of the situation, that the fact that he's from the ruling clan. Yeah, so he can do what other birds can't. Yeah, it is important that we say that. What can we say about the character traits of Osogo? Not much, but because he's poking holes at what Red String is saying, he's looking at the loopholes. He's saying, okay, we are the only people who are supposed to do this because we're protecting you from this. But these people you're saying you're protecting us from are the ones that you
They're
invite.
hangmans.
Yeah, the hangman. So I think we can talk about intelligent, because he's intelligently looking at the situation.
Yeah, he tries to look into why some rules favor the owls most compared to the birds.
Yeah, he can see when Red String is not being honest. Yeah, so I think that those are some of the issues in episode 1. That is the first part of Act 1. And we talked about setting. The story is set in the Bird Kingdom. So, of course, we're going to see lots of things to do with trees and stones and everything like that.
The movement of birds and owls from one point to another and why they are moving.
Yeah, things like that. Also, one of the things we're going to talk about for stylistic devices, the whole story, there is symbolism, of course, because these ones are symbols. There's allegory. We said that allegory is where even the names stand for an idea, but they also stand for an idea in society, even the part. So symbolism and allegory almost the same thing in some way. It is all through. I think that's one thing we're going to be saying in every episode as a stylistic device. But we also have, on all episodes, we're going to talk about personification. So it's a given, because these are birds and of course they are talking.
Yes.
Yeah, we would not say that if human beings were talking in the play. So personification is a stylistic device.
Then talk about satire and sarcasm.
Yeah, like satire. So the story is satirical of the society in some way, the leadership in the society, and of course in this kingdom. Some metaphorical issues like when the falcon touches the sky. Yeah, it just tells us that it is metaphorical for the limits that some birds have
compared to
other people. Yeah, so it's also metaphorical of how flexible they are to allow some birds to do some things that others
can't. Yeah.
So as we've seen in episode 1, we have two characters, Osogo and Red String, that have discussed lots of issues. We've seen that the owls take themselves as the superior birds, right? And also we've seen that they work with their cronies like Python to cause chaos. Even Osogo says that these people are murdering birds all over the place. And we've also seen that there was a massacre of weavers that happened at some point. So the new episode, the episode 2 of Act 1, begins when a new character gets into the scene.
Yes.
Which character is this?
So this case we have Telltale, who comes in when there is a discussion between Osogo and Red String. Yeah, so Telltale asks why Red String is at that point when it's not yet dusk. But Red String says the laws are made and as well can be broken.
And he also says he can make technical appearances whenever he wants.
Yes, that shows that he has powers, and when they make laws, they can't affect them.
Yeah.
So Red String calls Telltale aside and says he wants to convey a message to her, or rather a confidential message. So with seeing that, Osogo is infuriated and flees away. So Telltale asks how much. With this shows that either they had been in a one idea at some one point.
Actually, it's Red String who
Yes.
asked Telltale how much. So it's like he wants to ask Telltale how much of a bribe he
Yeah.
needs to do for him to agree to do something.
To perform something
Yeah.
for her. Red String asks Telltale if she'll go convey a message about the Moonlight Bill that is sponsored by Moneybags.
So this Moonlight Bill, it's what is it about? What's this Moonlight thing going to do?
So the Moonlight Bill is imposed on the birds in favor of the owls. Yeah, so where the birds are restricted to move at night.
Yeah, and even
yeah,
Twitter. And
That is now the curfew is going to be introduced where they'll be taking the roll call. And the curfew is scheduled from 6 p.m. where previously it was 10 p.m. Yeah, and therefore the officers imposing the tax will have to be paid. So that is now where the money paid by the birds will be used to pay the officers in charge of collection of the tax.
Yeah.
Although the money bag says the money will be used to feed the sick birds and the old birds, of which we know it's not that
not
way.
true.
Yeah.
So there's something that has been introduced. As we know, the parliament is made up of owls. And of course, most of them, a very big number of them are loyal to the royal owl.
Yes.
And so they're introducing a bill. And we've been told that this bill is sponsored by Moneybags. And just like
yes.
the name suggests, he has money
Yeah.
that he
And
uses.
once Telltale hears that the bill has been sponsored by money, she already says it's a scam. Yeah.
Because, doesn't trust Moneybags.
Did you know the 844 curriculum underwent significant change in the year 2006? That's when the syllabus changed. Pocket Positives, the best pocket-size high school KCSE revision books currently in the market. Pocket Positives, a compilation of the past KCSE exams arranged topically and form-wise from the year 2006 to the present. Pocket Positives, the most up-to-date revision books with the most updated trends in setting and marking KCSE exams. Pocket Positives, pocket size, pocket friendly. Call us on 0722 751 375 or 0722 579 271 or visit our website www.climaxpublishers.org or download our Somasasa app. Pocket Positives, your best revision partner.
We now start looking at Parliament of Owls using the episodic approach. And we have divided Act 1 into 3 episodes. The first episode is the beginning, the opening scene, and it is going to have 2 characters, Osogo
And Red String.
and Red String. And Osogo is the weaver bird, and Red String is an owl. Yeah. So it begins, the scene opens at sunset. Osogo, the weaver bird, is perched on a stone. He is playing a flute. It's a very melancholic tone. It is sad. Sounds like he Osogo is mourning something. And then he's disturbed when he looks around. He sees that Red String Owl is around and he's not amused. He even wants to fly away. So from the beginning we see that there's tension between these 2 characters. Something that has happened that has brought a rift between them. And of course, Red String says that they did not mean to target Osogo or people close to Osogo. They were targeting someone else.
The cunning bird.
Yeah, the cunning bird. So we are introduced to something that there's a cunning bird was being targeted, but this attack ended up
In massacre of 33 weavers.
Yeah, 33 weavers. So we're going to see that later on it's going to be explained in full, but for now we see that there was something that Red String had planned. Osogo had an idea of it, but it turned out in a different way. So Osogo says that this cunning bird that was being targeted is still a bird in the kingdom, and he has rights. He or she has rights. But we are told by Red String that
Freedoms have limits, rights come with responsibilities.
From that beginning, we see that there is some dictatorial kind of
Leadership.
leadership that is happening here. And he gives examples of birds, a bird like a falcon. He tells Osogo that even Osogo is limited in his flight, but a bird like a falcon is the one that can fly the highest to the clouds, right? Then we look at, so we are introduced to these two characters and the issues surrounding them. We have realized from what Red String is saying that the owls are the ones that are superior to the other birds because they can do a better job at protecting the kingdom. If the other birds were let to lead, then the kingdom would turn into chaos. Another issue is Osogo is surprised to see Red String because it is not yet dusk actually. Yeah. And so that also tells us that there are birds that are supposed to be just twittering and walking and doing their business at night, and others are day birds. So we have those night birds and day birds.
Yes, the Red String says rules are meant to be broken, so he'll mend and breaks them.
So that means he's the creator of the rules, and he can break them at
any
will,
time.
At any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And now that he's close to the owls, or let's say the royal owl, he can get to anywhere at any time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there are exceptions to every rule, and the owls are immune to the rules that they set.
Yes.
So other birds, other owls, of course, are supposed to be not supposed to be walking around, but Osogo is. Red String is. Then another
or you
thing
can say the owls make rules that favor them.
Yes. And so this issue of them protecting the kingdom and being the ones that are entitled with leadership and they were ordained, he's talking about another thing, that they protect the kingdom from attackers like the python.
Yes.
And Osogo is, of course, Osogo knows the reason. He tells Red String that this python, these are the people you invite to your parties or to your gatherings at night, and now you're pretending that they're attackers, they're enemies of our kingdom. So we're now seeing a situation where this python is being used as a hangman or a way to punish birds that have dissenting voices. So an example, it is very symbolic, like we said at the beginning of the book. It is very symbolic because it just talks about the society. There are dictatorial governments that do not allow voices that criticize them. So these voices, whenever you try to talk, you are punished in some way.
You are either killed.
Yeah. Something like that. So there's a massacre that happened. It affected Osogo's family, and this is why he's sad. He's sad. We're also told here that the python is used as the executioner. So when, like we said, other birds, they criticize the owls or the royal owl, or they criticize the parliament, they are sent to the caves.
To the python and they're eaten.
Yeah. So this is what we see in this first episode of Act 1, and then of course it ends. The end of the episode is marked when Telltale, the woodpecker, comes into the scene
to realize the conversation.
Yeah. So that is what happens.
Yeah.
So we can talk about maybe the themes that are brought out between this exchange. We learned so many things in this exchange. We learned that the owls look at themselves as the only birds that should lead,
are capable of leading. Yeah. So you can say that is dictatorship.
Yeah, there's dictatorship. And if you look at them as a tribe of people, we can also talk about tribalism. We can also talk about a theme like freedom and the way it is being denied, because Red String is saying that freedoms have limits, and those birds like Oyundi, the cunning bird,
they can't fly that high.
Yeah, things like that. They can't fly that high.
What about favoritism?
Yeah, favoritism is there, I think, because the owls are the ones who make and break the rules. Now we have Red String walking around. Later on, he'll say that he's allowed to make technical appearances whenever he wants. Anywhere. But now he says our rules are there to be broken. So favoritism, because the owls are being favored compared to other birds. Yeah, so we have that. Character traits, we can talk about some character traits of, let's say, we can talk
Red String,
Red
we
String.
can say is boastful.
Yeah, boastful.
Yeah, he says can break rules and mend them. Yeah, then can make technical appearances anywhere at any given time.
Yeah, so he's boastful of the situation, that the fact that he's from the ruling clan. Yeah, so he can do what other birds can't. Yeah, it is important that we say that. What can we say about the character traits of Osogo? Not much, but because he's poking holes at what Red String is saying, he's looking at the loopholes. He says, okay, we are the only people who are supposed to do this because we're protecting you from this. But these people you're saying you're protecting us from are the ones that you
They're
invite.
hangmans.
Yeah, the hangman. So I think we can talk about intelligent, because he's intelligently looking at the situation.
Yeah, he tries to look into why some rules favor the owls most compared to the birds.
Yeah, he can see when Red String is not being honest. Yeah, so I think that those are some of the issues in episode 1. That is the first part of Act 1. And we talked about setting. The story is set in the Bird Kingdom. So, of course, we're going to see lots of things to do with trees and stones and everything like that.
The movement of birds and
Yeah.
owls from one point to another, and
yeah.
why they are moving.
Yeah, things like that. Also, one of the things we're going to talk about for stylistic devices, the whole story, there is symbolism, of course, because these ones are symbols. There's allegory. We said that allegory is where even the names stand for an idea, but they also stand for an idea in society, even the birds. So symbolism and allegory, almost the same thing in some way. It is all through. I think that's one thing we're going to be saying in every episode as a stylistic device. But we also have, on all episodes, we're going to talk about personification. So it's a given, because these are birds and of course they are talking.
Yes.
Yeah, we would not say that if human beings were talking in the play. So personification is a stylistic device.
Then talk about satire and sarcasm. Yeah.
Yeah, like satire. So the story is satirical of the society in some way, the leadership in the society, and of course in this kingdom. Some metaphorical issues, like when the falcon touches the sky. Yeah, it just tells us that it is metaphorical for the limits that some birds have
compared
to other people. Yeah, so it's also metaphorical of how flexible they are to allow some birds to do some things that others aren't allowed to do.
Yeah.
So as we've seen in episode 1, we have two characters, Osogo and Red String, that have discussed lots of issues. We've seen that the owls take themselves as the superior birds, right? And also we've seen that they work with their cronies like Python to cause chaos. Even Osogo says that these people are murdering birds all over the place. And we've also seen that there was a massacre of weavers that happened at some point. So the new episode, the episode 2 of Act 1, begins when a new character gets into the scene.
Yes.
Which character is this?
So this case we have Telltale, who comes in when there is a discussion between Osogo and Red String. Yeah, so Telltale asks why Red String is at that point when it's not yet dusk. But Red String says the laws are made and as well can be broken.
And he also says he can make technical appearances whenever he wants.
Yes, that shows that he has powers, and when they make laws, they can't affect them.
Yeah.
So Red String calls Telltale aside and says he wants to convey a message to her, or rather a confidential message. So with seeing that, Osogo is infuriated and flees away.
Yeah.
So Telltale asks how much. With this shows that either they had been in a one idea at some one point.
Actually, it's Red String who asked
Yes.
Telltale how much. So it's like he wants to ask Telltale how much of a bribe he
Yeah.
needs to do for him to agree to do something.
To perform something
Yeah.
for her. Red String asks Telltale if she'll go convey a message about the Moonlight Bill that is sponsored by Moneybags.
So this Moonlight Bill, it's what is it about? What's this Moonlight thing going to do?
So the Moonlight Bill is imposed on the birds in favor of the owls. Yeah, so where the birds are restricted to move at night.
Yeah, and even Twitter. And
That
even
is
do
now
those
the
things.
curfew is going to be introduced, where they'll be taking the roll call, and the curfew is scheduled from 6 p.m., where previously it was 10 p.m. Yeah, and therefore the officers imposing the tax will have to be paid. So that is now where the money paid by the birds will be used to pay the officers in charge of collection of the tax.
Yeah.
Although the money bag says the money will be used to feed the sick birds and the old birds, of which we know it's not that
not
way.
true.
Yeah.
So there's something that has been introduced. As we know, the parliament is made up of owls. And of course, most of them, a very big number of them are loyal to the royal owl.
Yes.
And so they're introducing a bill. And we've been told that this bill is sponsored by Moneybags. And just like
Yes.
the name suggests, he has money
Yeah.
that he
And
uses.
once Telltale hears that the bill has been sponsored by money, she already says it's a scam. Yeah.
Because doesn't trust Moneybags. So there's a bill. Before there was curfew that used to run from 10 p.m. But now this curfew is being moved to
6 p.m.
6 p.m. That means birds that could do better in night. Of course, we have night birds and day birds. The night birds that tweet at night, they use the moonlight. They move from tree to tree to do their business. Now they're being told from 6 p.m. they cannot move. So that's number one. The freedom is being curtailed. And number two, they're saying that because of this, they will have to do supervision and roll call. They have to go to people's homes to figure out, are you at home like you are needed to
Yeah.
be? And because of that, they have given themselves more work, according to them, that needs to be compensated by the payment of a daily tax from these birds who didn't need the bill. So there are two things. Your freedom is being curtailed, and you're also paying daily tax
Yes.
to these.
The owls.
Yeah, to the
And
owls.
from this, tweeting of birds is also prohibited. The birds can't tweet to their young ones. They rather take turns to take care of their young ones, and as well guard their eggs from being stolen and eaten by the other owls.
Yeah, so the main thing here is there's a bill that needs pushing, and Red String wants Telltale because he's part of, he can convince
She's
other birds.
good at convincing people, or rather telling falsehood.
Yeah.
Yes.
So she's supposed to be used as one of the people who are going to spread this propaganda, to tell the birds that this bill, they should support it because it is good for them. Why is it good for them? It is protecting them from all the other bad things that could happen at night.
Yeah.
That there's imminent attack from other kingdoms. That is what
Yes.
Red String tells Telltale. And now, this is interesting because when Telltale is asks Red String, who are these attackers who you've been told could come attack us? He said, so that means that is not true. He's not telling the truth about the attackers. And so Telltale refuses to be used. She points out
refuses
something.
to spread the propaganda simply because she had spread the ideas last about Osogo, and they betrayed her. So this time she's not in for the deal.
And she says that there were falsehoods that she was supposed to propagate. They also told her that they were not going to harm Osogo, but when that happened, there was that massacre.
Yeah, they had to kill 33 weavers, so Telltale is not willing to do the same again.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so Telltale has refused to be the propaganda arm and tells them that, tells Red String that she knows what these people are up to. They create laws that will, you know, make them have advantage over other birds. Also, what else do they say?
The Red String tries to threaten Telltale
Yeah.
that she'll go inform other birds that Telltale was in for the deal, but once she saw that the money was not enough or the pay was little, she had to quit. Yeah.
And
of
this
which-
comes, but that one will come after Arum Tidi comes into the scene. So for now, I think what Red String is saying is that you will be in for it. If you don't agree to do this, there will be repercussions.
Yes.
And he's threatening Telltale that if she does not do this, there will be repercussions. Now, Telltale says that she won't do it no matter what. In the process of doing that, she lets out a secret to Red String, and she says that
the other birds are planning to revolt.
to revolt, and that is a very big. And even says that you know who the leader of that revolution is. So that slip of the tongue, now makes Red String to be very infuriated. Also, Telltale mentions the name of that cunning bird and says that this cunning bird is such a small bird is making you look like, you know, you guys don't have brains or something. Yeah, fools. And that, of course, makes Red String very infuriated that Telltale can mention the name of the thorn or in their flesh. Yeah. So that is what happened. So a secret has been let out that there's a revolution coming. And then, of course, there's a lot of threats that she has crossed the red line. And that is when she mentioned that red, like what?
Then she tries to talk of the red line as a red lipstick worn by socialite, a girlfriend to Moneybags, or red lipstick like the red tie of the Moneybag, or compares it to the bloodshed
that
during
happened
the
during
massacre of the
massacre.
33 weavers.
Yeah. And so during the process, of course, someone else comes in, and that is now the end of episode 2. But now, character traits of these birds, of these characters, we have Telltale, who stands her ground this time round.
We can say she's firm.
She's firm because she's being threatened left, right, and center.
She's not willing to spread the propaganda no matter what.
No matter what. Even at some point, I think, Red String says that, oh, you know, if you are lucky to listen to the Royal Owl, meaning that even the Royal Owl is so important that even listening to him is just by a stroke of luck. But Telltale says, tell whoever sent you that I'm not interested. I'm not going to do it. So she's also fearless, because if this person has been sent, okay, the bill is sponsored by Moneybags, but with the blessing of Royal Owl, who is the leader of the king, you can tell someone, go back to your king and tell your king that I'm not interested. So that's fearlessness.
Yeah.
There in the part of Telltale, the woodpecker. Now, the woodpecker, we're going to see later in episode 3 about the qualities and everything else and why she has been chosen. But what could you say is the character trait of Red String in this situation?
Red String, we can say he's intimidating. Yeah. He has a threat on Telltale when she's not willing to go spread the propaganda. Yeah,
so intimidating. Also, we've also seen that, of course, Red String is one of those owls that are being used to the cronies of the regime that are making sure that everyone is at their place in terms of not revolting and being used as a propaganda arm of the government. Themes here will still be about freedom, I guess, because...
freedom, because Red String says he can make a technical appearance anywhere at any time.
He can make technical appearances, yet he wants the birds to be in their houses by 6 p.m.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is one of the things, freedom, because the other birds' freedom is being curtailed. These other people are going to be walking left, right, and center. And there's something he says that, of course, this will not apply to the owls, right? This curfew, because they're the ones supervising and everything else.
Yes.
There's also extortion, because this tax.
Yeah, he imposes a tax in favor of the owls because once they collect the money they'll use to pay the owls, and yet the birds don't even have anything to eat.
Yeah, so this is the problem here with the tax. So there's extortion by the government. Which other theme could we
We
talk
can
about?
say Red String is also boastful. He says he can break laws and mend them.
Also, yeah, something like that. So basically, that is the setting is still the same as where Osogo was, only that he left. So the stylistic devices here, we have this part where there is this humor, but it is also very sarcastic kind of humor, because Telltale is being told that don't look at this thing as tax. If tax is not a word you want,
You can use tithe.
You can say tithe
Yeah.
and ask, is
Or
this a
he
church?
even goes ahead to say, tell them that Falcon will be taking the
them
tithe
to the
once he
skies
visits the skies.
next time you visit the skies. So that is sarcastic, but also very, it is also demeaning to the other birds, because they're telling them, go tell them that this is just a tithe. Falcon will take it to the skies next time he visits there. So humor, sarcasm is used there, but sarcasm that points to the lack of sensitivity on Telltale, on red string owl. When talking about other birds, that shows you how much they don't care. They don't look at the birds as equals or other animals that deserve respect. Yeah, that is why they're extorting them there. I think that should be it for episode 2.
Yeah.
We're now going to look at episode 3, which is the last part of Act 1, that talks about when Arumtidi comes and finds Red String and Telltale talking here. Now we move to episode 3 of Act 1, which is the last part of Act 1, and it starts with a new character coming into the scene
By
and finds
the name Arumtidi.
and they finds Red String and Telltale still talking about this issue of, or Telltale is telling Red String that she's not going to be part of the propaganda that Red String wants her to do. And then it surprises Arumtidi is here. What is this guy doing here? And also Arumtidi is like, hey, what brings you here? But now Red String takes that opportunity to blackmail Telltale by saying, you have no choice because you are now a traitor. Telltale is surprised what this person is talking about. You're a traitor in the eyes of the birds. You have no choice but to do what I want you to do. She's being prepared for the bombshell that is coming, which is now Red String says, we will tell the birds that we wanted you to do something, but the pay was low and you refused. Okay? So you're a traitor. You are a traitor to them because you refused to do what you were supposed to do just because the pay was low. Number 2, Red String tells Telltale that, you see, Telltale already let out the secret of the other birds planning a revolution. So there are 2 problems that Telltale now has. Telltale the woodpecker. She let out the secret of the revolution.
Yes.
And now she will
has
be
refused
painted
to
as a
convey the
traitor.
message.
Yeah, because she's refused to convey the message just because the pay that she was given was low. And that is, of course, a lie. She was adamant that she was not going to be part of that scam ever again. So that is where now the problem comes, because Telltale feels like now she's been boxed, so she leaves, but she leaves in protest. Arumtidi, who is a ground hornbill, tells Red String that it was not a good idea to bring in these small birds for this kind of things, but we've been told by Red String that it was a strategic kind of move because they found out the parliament wanted these things to be inclusive, all birds to be told, and they found out that Telltale is now appealing to the emotions of the birds because she's like, she wants them when there's danger. So that means she's someone who is respected in terms of what she does. And that is when now Arumtidi says that this hammering of the wood, okay, she hammers, we know what woodpeckers do. She hammers. This hammering warns the birds of danger, about danger. But this hammering should also be banned because if she's warning them about danger, she's going to be warning them about other things. And Arumtidi wants this to be done, either arresting Telltale
Or introducing the noise pollution tax.
a tax or tax like that, yeah. So if every bird that hammers to either be stopped or be charged for doing what they're doing. So as I was saying before, this is like breathing. We know that a woodpecker has to do that as part of their lives. It's like telling someone, stop breathing, because now for every breath you take, you have to pay because you're polluting the environment by doing what you are supposed to be doing. It's ironic because now Red String realizes that, you see, this hornbill also makes a lot of noise, of course. That is why it's used as a propaganda arm. You don't use someone who can't talk in public as a propaganda arm. You use the loudest. Yeah. And the hornbill is one of the loudest birds in the kingdom, right? So if you're introducing a noise pollution tax or bill or law, and you're one of the noisiest people we know, don't you think that is... So
automatically the law will affect them?
Yeah, will affect you. And
but he thinks he's not one of those who will be affected because he's working for the government.
Yeah, definitely. So this is why we now see the abuse of power. But also, interestingly, Red String says, how are we going to make this work? Sneak it into law. These are things you can do. So abuse of power, because the laws are made just to satisfy them and to punish other birds. Yeah, that is what is happening. Also, this moonlight bill, like we've seen before, we forgot to mention that in episode 2, Telltale is asking, I'm very curious why you brought this bill when now the moon is at the best, right? Are you trying to trap some of us because you want to blame other people for the massacre that happened through the Weavers? Yeah, you want to find, like, you know, when maybe you're found working at night and you're being framed for something. So you want to create a curfew so that if you find 1 or 2, 3 birds walking around, you will say, okay, you guys are the murderers. You've been walking around, you murdered some people last month. That is what Telltale was also saying. So Arumtidi says he will do this. And of course, when Telltale was leaving the scene, at the beginning, at some point here, she was being told about conditions, terms and conditions apply to this thing we've given you. In short, it comes with consequences. If you don't do it, we know where you live, we'll follow you. But Arum is finding it very funny, saying conditional terms or terminal conditions. That terminal part is a foreboding, it's like foreshadowing, because we'll see what is going to happen to him later on. But he talks about it in like a joke. Yeah, so that is, he's accepted to do this dirty job.
To spread the propaganda.
Yeah, that this bill is good for everyone. This bill is going to protect you in your houses, in your nests. This bill is for your own good. Yeah, and he has agreed to do that. He's going to sing the best songs. He's going to do it the best way he can. Something interesting happens while he is just about to leave. He says, oh, long live the owls, and they do that. But when he says, long live the hornbills, there's an awkward silence between him and Red String, because the hornbill is not in the same category as the owls. Yeah, so the owls are just trying to say, Red String is going to say, hey, hold on, we are not the same. You are our
subjects.
You are our subjects. We cannot be at the same level. Then later, before he leaves, he says, there's something I wanted to tell you. There is a group of owls that are rebels. I don't know what you're going to do about them. But Red String says something interesting. He says that it is good to target one enemy
At a time.
at a time. So you deal with one issue at a time. For now, which issue are we dealing with? We're dealing with the issue of the Moonlight Bill. The other ones will deal with them later. So that is what happens in episode 3, which is the last
then
part
you
of
can
Act
say
1.
Arumtidi spreads the propaganda just for one right
Yeah.
every day and a bowl of
Yeah,
soap.
true. He asks for something.
Again, just because he was to dine with the king, that is now he's willing to spread the propaganda.
Interesting. He
Yeah.
says he wants 2 rats, but he's being told 1 rat per night, every night. And for the next 7 nights, he will be dining with the king. That is all he wants. I think he's one of those people who want to gain clout, social clout. He wants to associate with the king so that he can have he can have himself not being affected by the things that affect other birds. He's been used before for a long time, and that is why he's very positive about all this. Yeah, so
Then Red String, with the introduction of the Moonlight Bill at the time when there is moon, he says it's a coincidence. But in real sense, they're just trying to prohibit the birds from rioting
Twittering
or
and from
something,
rioting and doing all those things
for their own benefit.
for their own benefits. Yeah, so that is what we see. There are character traits of, we say, Arumtidi for now, he shows that he's very gullible. He is someone who is looking for clout, as I've said, but
He's desperate.
He is desperate. Yeah, that could be a better word. He's desperate for that kind of association with power. And we have Red String being a schemer is cunning. He's cunning. We'll see that later on, why they want Arumtidi to do this. Also, when he says that he has targeted Telltale because Telltale is the one that warns the other birds. They trust her. Very strategizing at some point, also intelligent, cunning in some way, because they're using the bird that they think will do the best job in some way. Also, when they frame Telltale for all those things, we find that they are very she's cunning because she now wants to twist the story that Telltale
And
said yes,
blame Telltale.
but and then blame Telltale for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's basically the...
We can also have, should we say Telltale is a traitor or Red String is a traitor?
Wow. Is Telltale a traitor? I don't think she's a traitor because she has stood her ground. Remember when she says that, go back to whoever sent you, and she knows this is the king that has sent these people, and tell them I've said no. Yeah, I don't think you would do that and risk your life if you're a traitor. She's someone, she says that she was misled. Yeah, and she's seen the light. She's seen the truth now. That is why she's saying, no, this is not right. You guys are doing something that is wrong, so I don't think she's a traitor. Arumtidi is the one that we could, at this point, say he's a traitor because he's been used before to propagate. He says propagate propaganda. And of course, he's not an owl, so he's going against what the other birds should be doing. Yeah. So that's basically episode 3, which is the last part of Act 1. So episode 4 starts at the beginning of Act 2.
Then the themes in episode 3.
Yeah, in episode 3, what can we say for the themes?
Let's look at corruption.
Yeah, corruption.
Yeah, where Red String will want to offer a rat daily in a bowl of soup to Arumtidi just to spread the propaganda.
So that is the price that they're paying. Also, when he offers Telltale money or some bribe to spread that false hope, also false news about the bill, that's also still a bit of corruption there. We can still talk about dictatorship in some way because they are saying, Royal Owl is the most powerful person you can
compared to
other people.
birds.
So that is why There's a dictator there. We also have, what can we say, extortion, because these birds are being exploited in some way.
Yeah, again, they want to impose the pollution,
the pollution
tax,
thing, yeah. So-
of which they want to get money from the birds. At the same time, the birds don't have money. In fact, they are hunger stricken.
Yeah. So to conclude today's session, we've looked at the first act of a Parliament of Owls. We've also looked at the author, the relevance of the title, and the elements that are in this play. The first act, we've seen a discussion between birds, Osogo, Red String, we've seen Arumtidi, we've seen Telltale, and they're talking to us about a new bill that has been passed, what has gone before, and the way the owls are making sure that they use their office to make sure that
Implement
they
laws
new,
that favor them.
Yes. And they also feel like they are the de facto leaders. There should not be anybody else who is fit to lead the kingdom. Now, till next time, I'd like to thank you very much, students, teachers, and all viewers. See you in the next one.
For the most comprehensive, detailed, and KICD-approved guidebooks of the current set books, Bembea ya Maisha, Mapambazuko ya Machweo, Nguu za Jadi, Parliament of Owls, An Artist of the Floating World, The Samaritan, Fathers of Nations, and A Silent Song and Other Stories, choose Climax 3-in-1 Guidebooks. Climax 3-in-1 Guidebooks are written by teachers of long-standing experience in both teaching and examining KCSE examinations. Climax 3-in-1 Guidebooks have 3 booklets under one cover. Booklet number 1 is dubbed From the Examiner's Desk and contains tips on how to tackle KCSE English questions from Paper 1, Paper 2, and Paper 3 looked at through the eyes of experienced examiners. Booklet number 2 is an episodic approach study notes for set books comprehensively written to suit your revision. Booklet number 3 is model KCSE questions with guided answers. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are the best set book guidebooks in the market. Other Climax 3-in-1 books are Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE poetry. Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE oral literature. Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE composition writing. Climax 3-in-1, mastering English paper 1. Climax 3-in-1, mastering English paper 2. In Kiswahili subject we have Climax 3-in-1, Insha Kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, Fasihi Simulizi Kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, Sarufi Kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, Mwongozo Kamilifu wa Ushairi. Climax 3-in-1, Marudio Kamilifu ya Kiswahili. If you want to make your learning easy, effective, and enjoyable and achieve the grades you want, always insist on Climax 3-in-1 books. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are available in all bookshops and bookstores across the country at the most affordable prices. Call us on 0722 579 271. Climax 3-in-1, your ladder to academic excellence.
Welcome back, viewers. Last time we discussed Parliament of Owls, Act 1, with the 3 episodes. And we saw how there's a bill that is supposed to be passed and how different birds are reacting to it. My name is Dennis Omolo, a teacher of English at Nairobi School.
I'm Faith Nanjala, Akram School.
So, today we're going to discuss Act 2, which is going to be, the first part of Act 2 is going to be our episode 4. And this takes place when Parliament is in session.
Yeah, so the Parliament is in session and we have Moneybags who assumes the role of the Speaker. So we can see him wearing the wig, which imported from the Lion Kingdom. Again, we are told all the owls are under the payroll of Moneybags.
Yeah, that's of course, that's the loyal owls, except the rebel owls who are in a corner by themselves. So it tells you that there's something they don't like about the other owls. We also see that the socialite owl is moving from corner to corner, place to place, very irritable at this point. And she
Yes.
says something.
She comes in to say to inquire why the makeup bill is not yet to be discussed in the bill they are going to discuss. But Moneybags tells her that in case she needs the makeup, she should just call him and he will deliver the makeup by evening. Yeah.
It tells us that maybe she's focusing on some small trivial things. She's talking about the wind blowing the makeup off her
and
face.
leaving their faces naked.
Yeah. And Moneybags, or the speaker, also says that today they have a very important bill to pass. Which kind of bill is
They are
this?
going to discuss the Moonlight Bill, of course, which favors the owls.
Okay.
Yeah. Then on this point, Royal Owls points out that the owl has ensured that they get sumptuous meals where they are feasting on mayonnaise.
Yeah, because
honey.
there was a bill that was passed before that increased their compensation. Now they have more fried rats and baked mice and honey and mayonnaise and things like that. And there's some interesting thing they say, that when this bill was passed, even these rebel owls benefited.
Were in for it and they didn't complain.
Yeah,
The
but
reason
then,
being it favored all of them.
It favored all of them. We have Feathered Beak, who says that this was compensation that was deserved. And then we have Iron Lady, who is another rebel owl who says that, you see, even in war, there's a time that you take to drink water. She calls it ceasefire period. And that bill was a ceasefire period. That bill that increased their compensation for these fried rats and baked mice. So that is one of the things we see there. But then there's a bill now. That they want to discuss. And,
so the debate starts with the Moonlight Bill, and we can see Iron Lady who is complaining and later is thrown out. In fact, she's denied a chance to vote.
Okay. Yeah, so these people are saying that the rebel owls are saying that this bill, of course, is not the right thing to do at this point. They are here to fight it because it is going to benefit only these owls. So we have Socialite Owl that gets into an altercation with Iron Lady, and that leads to Iron Lady being thrown out.
Straight-eyed comes in to say there is misappropriate of resources by the government, but Moneybag asks him to withdraw the statement.
And also we see that in the whole episode, we find that because Moneybags is moving from being Moneybags to being the speaker, and so he has been asked by Feathered Beak to tell us which part or where he stands, and he's being told he should act ex cathedra, meaning that he should stand as someone who is in charge and give direction at this critical moment. And that ex cathedra phrase, they don't understand it. Moneybags doesn't understand it. Red String doesn't understand it. And it tells us that these people, they are not intelligent. Though they pose as intelligent birds, they're not intelligent. They are not learned. And that is why they are blowing it out of proportion. Another things we see there is that Royal Owl has been accused of having a lizard every day, eating lizards left, right, and center.
Yes.
During a time when birds don't have water to drink, they have to fly for kilometers. So this is why this bill is being opposed by these rebel owls, because it is being tabled at a time when these birds are suffering and they want to make their sufferings even more. Imagine if you're suffering and someone says that now you cannot walk from 6 p.m. That means your freedom of movement has been curtailed.
Yeah, probably freedom to move and look for food or water.
Yeah, has been curtailed, and now on top of that, you're supposed to be taxed. So you have problems, but they're making your movement difficult, and they're also taking the little you have from you
for their own benefit.
And we're going to see later that because Oliktiga the bat was given this head of security thing happening, they can search the nests anytime without a warrant. So you see, those are the things that the rebel birds are fighting against. Yeah. So when this happens, they throw out Iron Lady because she's dissenting, and Feathered Beak doesn't like the way things are being done in the house.
Yeah, and probably maybe because she had mentioned about the lizard,
Yeah.
yet they all eat a lizard before.
Yeah, the royal
Every
owl.
night,
And remember, she's
yeah.
mentioning the royal owl, which these other owls think that is treason, because we don't mention the royal owl, the name, in vain. So for stylistic devices here, what can you say? We have, of course, personification, as we said, all through.
Yeah.
We also have symbolism.
All play the role of human beings.
Mhm.
Then with symbolism, what can we say?
Yeah, it's the same thing, because symbolism, they symbolize people in the society.
The words of the names used by the birds
Yeah.
symbolize what they are supposed to do.
Yeah, but they also act as symbols for people in the society. So if you look at Moneybags owl, and even Moneybags owl is symbolic, especially now that he moves from Moneybags to speaker. He can tell us that it's the money. Okay, it could be Moneybags, but even the speaker is being influenced by Moneybags, meaning that and we've been told that he's allowed to do this, especially during critical moments, because they know that he's going to be the judge and the jury, meaning that you cannot say something wrong about the parliament when the people who are funding the parliament are the same people who are the speaker. And we're going to say later on that they've been told to go to when the bill is passed eventually in the next episode, they're told to go and lodge a complaint to the Committee of Vultures, who are also chosen by the Royal Owl and things like that. So it is, in short, everyone here works for the Royal Owl, and that is why the minority, those rebel owls, they don't have a voice in Parliament. So they're just using the hope they have and the strength they have.
Or let's say they are optimistic that things will change.
Yeah.
But again, they're still suffering.
Yeah, they're still suffering because the other people have the numbers. Yeah, so stylistic devices, we have those. And then we also have character traits. We have Iron Lady, just like the name suggests.
She's determined to oppose the bill.
And she's also firm in her convictions. We have Feathered Beak.
Because she says she'll fight dictatorship and leaders who are working towards it.
We also have Feathered Beak, who is also in the same camp with Iron Lady. Very firm also. And he remains behind when Iron Lady has been ejected from Parliament, and still stands up to those other owls, even though he's outnumbered. They're outnumbered, so that means the determination is there.
She's firm or determined.
Yeah. We have Moneybags.
He's a dictator.
Yeah, in some way. He's dictatorial, because that is why he's been asked to stand firm. But no, when he stands firm eventually, he stands firm to dictate or to impose the bill.
That's why he has to throw away anyone who is against the bill.
Yeah, true.
Or rather denies them a chance to vote.
Then we have people like Redstring, who are cronies, and they don't have a backbone. So very loyal, but loyal in a blind way, because everything that Moneybags proposes, he follows. Yeah, they agree. So that is one of the issues there. Basically, that's episode 4, which is the first part of Act 2, and it is the first part also of the Parliament session, the parliamentary session. In the next episode, we're going to look at what happens after Iron Lady has been thrown out and new information comes in, and what they do with the bill and if it is passed or not. So now we're going to discuss episode 5, which is the second part of the parliamentary session. After Iron Lady has been thrown out, we have Blackstring coming in and then walking straight to Moneybags, whispering something, and we see that Moneybags is disturbed. It means that whatever he's been told is not very good news. And then he tells us that he's been reliably told that Feathered Beak and other rebel owls have incited other birds, and these birds have planned a demonstration that is going to bring them to Parliament, and they're going to be demonstrating against the Moonlight Bill. They are calling it the Moonlight.
The Moonlight Bill or the Moneybags Bill,
Yeah,
because
this
it was sponsored by Moneybags.
Yeah, so because of this, Moneybags wants this bill to be passed immediately before these birds gain some traction in the kingdom.
Yeah, this is because he's going to benefit from the bill. Just now that the owls or other birds are going to pay the tax, that is now they'll get money as they carry out the roll call that is at night.
Yeah, this is something we are being told also. So they quickly pass the bill. Of course, the rebel owls are overpowered or outnumbered, and of course they feel that this is unjust. Iron Lady says this is not a good time to pass this bill and make it into law, turn it into law, especially when other birds are dying of hunger. And you want to tax them, you want to limit their freedom of movement, you want to curtail all those freedoms. And some birds, they twitter at night, they twitter in the moonlight. Some of them jump from tree to tree. Some of them do their business when it gets dark.
Yeah, and so by implementing the bill, that means they won't be twittering to their young ones. So they have to take turns to take care of their young ones and also guard their eggs from the predators.
Yeah, things like that. So we've seen that happening, and then we're being told that this bill is a way to gag, to find money, to get money from the birds, and so that they can gag all those people who are talking, who are spreading dissent, who are criticizing the royal owl, so that they can be forever quiet. We are also seen that we are also told that this bill is going to be a problem because the money that they're going to extract from the tax, that these Moneybags has planned to channel it into his investments in some other forests. So as we can see, from that moment we realize that Moneybags is scheming. This bill is not even going to be benefiting Royal Owl directly or largely, because it's also getting money from it. So we see that the other birds are leaving. They leave the chamber, they leave the parliament, they live in protest because the bill has been turned into law and now there's nothing else they can do. But as we've been told, there's a protest that is brewing, and these are the birds aware of it. Character traits we see here for the... Let's start with Moneybags.
Moneybags can say he's a dictator. He passes the moonlight law, although many birds are against it.
Yeah, so there's a dictatorial tendency. At some point we needed him to act using authority, but now he's acting using authority only when it benefits him. So we have that as a character trait. We have Iron Lady, who is Iron Lady and Feathered Beak, who are still talking about this. We're also seeing the character traits of these other birds. Apart from the rebel owls, like Feathered Beak, we see the birds that are protesting. We can call them firm. We can call them many positive things. But for them to just take up the position of protesting in a kingdom that is being ruled by a dictator, it means they're ready for anything. Feathered Beak also says that there's reliable news that these birds that are protesting have been targeted for murder. And of course, if they're still pushing on with it, then they're fearless. So birds like Feathered Beak, fearless. Iron Lady, we can also call them fearless. We have some themes here. We have themes like...
we can talk of misuse of power, or abuse of power. Yeah, because we can see Moneybags assuming the role of a speaker, then also talking as Moneybags.
Yeah. Yeah, so this misuse of power, and of course he misuses it even more when he is now the speaker and passes the bill into law without considering these other voices. So after the bill is passed into law, we've been told that the royal owl is waiting to hoot his congratulatory messages, it just tells us that, of course, these are his right-hand owls. And yeah, he's in this. Another thing we see is that the speaker says, of course, Mr. Moneybags says that if these owls, rebel owls, are not impressed by the outcome, they should go to the Committee of Vultures. The Committee of Vultures that was appointed by the Royal Owl. So you're just being told, go to the committee that was appointed by us, so there's no justice that is going to be served. And that, of course, brings us to themes like justice also. There's no justice that was served here because all corners are blocked. All avenues are blocked because this committee is being supervised by one-eyed owl and the son of the speaker. So it's a very big problem for the dissenting voices because they have nowhere to turn. They feel aggrieved, but the courts are also being...
They just have to abide by the law.
Yeah, and the law that is not fair. So basically that we've looked at the stylistic devices that have been used here. As always, there is going to be personification, there's symbolism, there is that sarcasm. There's sarcasm at the end that where Feathered Beak is saying, you can take it lying upside down or hanging upside down like your friend Olik Tiga. So that is sarcastic, but also because Moneybag says, I will not take that lying down. Then he's being told, then take it hanging upside down like your friend. Sarcasm. But it shows how angry Feathered Beak is and how disillusioned they feel like they've become and how unfair they feel that they've been served by the passing of this bill into law. Yes. I think that basically is episode 5, which is the second part of the parliamentary session. Yes. Then, of course, it ends with the rebel owls leaving because they've been kicked out after the bill has been passed into law. We now move to episode 6, which is the third part of the parliamentary session. This is after the Moonlight Bill has been passed into law, and now there's a discussion about how to do a homecoming celebration to celebrate this achievement and a new bill being passed into law.
Red String tells Moneybags that the rebel owls should be dealt with. Then Moneybag suggests a homecoming party where they should get in touch with Red String, Green String, and Black String. So Arum TD is supposed to spread the news on the homecoming party, and once they are done, they are going to do away with him, or rather dump him. Arum TD is happy with the passing of the Moonlight Bill, not knowing that it's going to affect them as hornbills as well.
Yeah, because we've been told hornbills are some of the noisiest birds, and if it is now, they're going to gag him using that bill because they're not supposed to hoot at night or things like that. And as we know also, these hornbills always, they come from where we come from, they just like the owls, they're the harbinger of, sad news and everything else. So the hooting, if they can't be allowed to hoot, we've been told the Moonlight Bill law now is going to curtail those freedoms of even birds that hunt at night, including these that make noise. Also, there's something very dangerous that has been said, because we've been told that they are going to cut him off and take him to the gallows. Yeah. They're even talking about the maker of the guillotine being the victim. And the guillotine, of course, is supposed to be used to cut people's heads off. So there's danger coming for him. We're told that he's very desperate. They're going to pay him nothing.
Peanuts.
Yeah, peanuts. And also, how dare he think that is as important as the owls? Because Red String is saying that, imagine he was saying, long live the hornbills. They're not even half of what we are. That is what they're trying to say. So there's some kind of a power situation happening there, and discrimination happening there. So they are planning to use him to spread the news
And
about
then they will dump him.
dumping. And we've been told that if he continues joking and
They are going to kill him.
yeah, they will take
Yeah.
him to the Stonewater Point and have him wrestle with his reflection. But it's not his reflection he's going to fight with. They're going to kill him there. That is what they're trying to say. So that is what the whole point is about. There's a homecoming ceremony that is supposed to be done. But this episode is about the fate that is awaiting Arum Tidi as a propagandist. But they want to get rid of him because he now knows too much. He knows too much. And
About the owls. Yeah.
about the owls and about their plans. Another thing we see is the fact that when we are talking about how to deal with these rebel birds, yeah, they want to make sure that the voices of those who are criticizing this royal owl and his people are not being heard. And that is what is happening there. So for this one, how would we describe Arum Tidi's character
We can
traits?
say he's greed because we can see he accepts a task which has a low pay.
Okay, as a low pay, but also you see he's desperate. He was just promised some, yeah, it has low pay. But also we can see something, he's a very gullible bird because he was being told about when Telltale was being talked to. Telltale was told that this thing comes with conditions. But he was, now Arum Tidi was joking with terminal condition or something like that. And then now it doesn't know that this thing has a high amount of danger when you're dealing with the owls, and that is what is happening. Now they're planning to cut him off behind his back.
Yeah, we can also say he's trusting because he trusts that Moneybags is going to employ him, yet in real sense they are going to use him and dump him. We can say the styles used, we have songs in simile. Then when we look at themes, we can talk about betrayal, where Moneybags betrays Arum Tidi, whom they just use and dump him. We can also look at greed, where Arum Tidi takes the task to spread the information about the homecoming party, and yet he accepts peanuts as a pay. We can also look at cruelty, where Moneybags, once they use Arum Tidi, they want to dump him. In real sense, maybe they could pay him or do something good to him, but they want to dump him. That shows cruelty. Then we can talk about dictatorship, whereby Moneybags and Red String are planning to deal with the rebel owls who are just a thorn in their flesh.
Yeah, true. And now that we talk about Arum Tidi and greed, we might not be too quick because he has not accepted yet. But we want to talk to him to accept the job. The job, sorry. So maybe we might hold for now. But the job he took before of spreading this propaganda about the Moonlight Bill, yeah, that one is the one that we have a big evidence about. But now that they trust that he's going to take the job also, he's done it before. He's a chief propagandist, or he propagates propaganda. So there's greed because he can just be bought by, it was a rat or something, rats.
Yeah, just a rat
And,
for 7 days
for 7
in a
days
bowl
and-
of soup, plus he was going to dine with the king.
We also see as a theme, we see deception, or we can see deception because these people, they are trusted by Arum Tidi. Arum thinks that they are in the same kind of corner, and here we have them behind Arum Tidi's back, planning to get rid of him. So there's deception that we can see there. But this, of course, happens a lot in the political arena where people are used. So that's why we said this book is very symbolic, allegorical, and everything else. So that could summarize this episode 6, that is just about the owls talking about how to get rid of Arum Tidi, the job that they're going to give him before they get rid of him. And of course, there's a homecoming party that has been planned and these people, they need all the birds to be told about it, so that the royal owl can address them at sunset the next day. Thank you very much. That was the wrapping up of episode 6. Next, we're going to see what happens in episode 7, which is still on part of Act 2, and still about the homecoming ceremony and how the other animals react to the passing of the Moonlight Bill, which now has become the Moonlight Law.
And what happens to Arumtidi?
Yes.
Okay, much thanks for that. We can now look at episode 7.
Okay, so in episode 7, we still see Red String, Moneybags discussing Arumtidi's fate, and of course they're saying that they're going to cut him off. Then Red String is asking about this homecoming party, because it's supposed to be held the next day at sunset, and it's supposed to be attended by all birds. So he's asking who is going to sing the freedom songs, and he's being reminded by Moneybags that freedom songs, they come naturally, they are emotional things, so they don't need to rehearse about these songs. Of course, he sings a popular one, even after being told that. Then on the same subject of songs, he remembers that Osogo is still playing his flute. Osogo is the weaver bird whose family was attacked, and of course the weaver bird family lost 33 members.
We are reminded Osogo was perched on a stone,
Yeah.
and singing a melancholic tone.
Yeah, so at this point, Red String is saying that he had Osogo is still playing his flute. Osogo is still playing his flute, and is singing a song that is banned. It just goes back to that part that we're talking about, the freedom of expression, but it's a song that reminds them of the dark days. So they're supposed to forget the dark days. So probably something happened, a revolution that happened, that they are not supposed to be remembering. So another point about banned songs, the dictatorial nature of Royal Owl is still coming up there. Then as they're still talking and preparing for this homecoming ceremony, they start hearing Arumtidi. They can hear Arumtidi playing or singing a song, and at first
a freedom song.
But at first they don't think it's a freedom song. At first they think he's praising Royal Owl. He's talking about the goodness of this Moonlight Law now. But as they keep on listening, they realize that this Arumtidi, who is supposed to be their chief propagandist, is singing a freedom song. And at that point, Moneybags gets really irritated. He wants Arumtidi taken care of immediately. He wants him taken to Stonewater Point and be eliminated. And at that point also, Black String comes and reports what is heard. He's talking in coded language. He says that Arumtidi is singing songs in coded language, which of course are the freedom songs. And he also says that he has realized that the hornbills are flying from tree to tree, of course sending this same message. So there's a revolution that is brewing, and they want to nip it in the bud, and now they start feeling really agitated. Remember that this is the second time that Black String has come in to bring some bad news. The first time was during the parliamentary session, where he was
talked about birds planning to revolt.
Yeah, to revolt. Yeah. Now he has come back with some bad news, saying that Arumtidi is singing freedom songs. The other hornbills have been compromised. As Arumtidi is singing, and Black String comes in and tells us about what he's saying, Police Owl also has informed them that the birds are planning a revolt. They want to come to the royal trees or parliament, and at some point later on we're going to start hearing their revolutionary songs. And of course, Moneybags has ordered for Arumtidi to be executed. and now they're frantically planning on how to deal with these birds. So number one, they want to pretend, because the birds are now coming with these songs, they want to pretend that they're dancing to these tunes, they are becoming allies, but wait for an opportunity to pounce. That's number one. But number two, he has also ordered for these rebels, the owls, to be looked for and executed, because they have now demystified the parliament. Because before, now that only owls are in the parliament, the other birds are always very curious about it, and it is always mysterious. But when owls that are part of the parliament bring you news and tell you secrets and things like that, then the mystique is gone. So that is what they're saying, that this parliament of owls now has become something that people know about or common, and that cannot be let to continue. So these rebel owls have to be looked for and dealt with immediately. So here we see so many things. We see that there's the dictatorial nature of Moneybags and everyone else, where they want to get rid of Arumtidi immediately because he's now singing freedom songs.
Yeah, despite the fact that he was their ally.
Yeah, he was their ally, and he did a lot of jobs for them, the jobs that they liked, and now here is an opportunity. At some point we realized that Red String is saying, finally his hour or his time has come, the time for him to die, which is very sad. And now, so there's dictatorial nature there, there's deception, like we said. We also see...
Deception where the Parliament of Owls want to get rid of Arumtidi, then they'll say he killed himself just by fighting his own reflection.
True.
Yeah.
They want to frame him because, to look like it was his own reflection that he fought, but they executed him. But we can also feel that there is some revolution, some change that is coming. We've also been told that Oyundi has not been seen for a while, because the last time he was seen, he had come from the forest, the grasslands, to confer with his friend and mentor, Ogila, who is the hare. And so what we can see is that maybe he went there to look for strategies on how to topple this...
To tackle the parliament.
The Parliament of Owls, and to topple this government. So because we know that hare is very cunning, I think these people are very... they're panicking and agitated. That is why... So the rumor is, and this is being spread by Oyundi's best mate, Ochongo Rio, that Moneybags ordered for Oyundi's arrest, and that is why she has not been seen in a while. So we can see these pockets of problems, and we can also see the dictatorship that is being meted out under the watchful eye of Royal Owl. So stylistic devices, as always, we're going to see personification there for all the other animals. We're going to see symbolism there.
We can also have sarcasm.
There's sarcasm that is used. An example of it in...
Where we are talking about, we can look at Arumtidi killing himself with this.
It's really actually very ironical.
Reflection.
The irony there is also that Arumtidi is fighting, or as the other birds are saying, fighting very hard to make sure that this bill, that this law is implemented and is celebrated. Yet this is the same law that is going to be used to gag him, because he initially thought that because he's part of this, not really parliament, but he's part of these cronies of Royal Owl, that is going to be spared, but they are planning not to spare him. So that is the irony of the whole thing, that is fighting. But now we've realized that there's something he was doing behind these people's back, because he's singing freedom songs. So what we get here is some kind of tension that is built, and there's also some suspense, because we don't know what is going to happen, but we can feel like there's a revolution coming. So basically that is our very short summary of episode 7, which takes place between page 38 and 48, and is talking about the freedom song that is being sung by Arumtidi, the very melancholic and band song that is being sung by Osogo, mourning the loss of his family, in memory of
33 weavers.
Yeah, in memory of the 33 weavers, and also the fact that we were told that the rebel owls and feathered beak have influenced all the other birds. Now we see also Arumtidi has influenced his hornbill family, because the revolution is coming, they're flying from tree to tree. And I think all signs point to these people not having it very easy. That is why we see Moneybags is panicking all over the place. He's being asked by Blackstring what we're going to do. And he's saying that we might need to tread carefully. We pretend, then we
To join them.
Then we catch them. But for the rebel owls, he wants them to be dealt with immediately.
Okay, thanks for that. That is all for this episode.
We now move to episode 8 of Parliament of Owls, which still takes place in the Parliament, the chambers. So after we've seen that Moneybags, who is also Mr. Speaker, has ordered for those birds, rebel birds, to be taken care of. And Blackstring goes, and now he's left there. He slumps back into the Mr. Speaker's seat and thinks about the long day that he has had.
In this episode, we can see Moneybags seated in a speaker's chair and he's talking to himself. He talks about how passing the bill was not easy because the rebel owls also rioted. Then he says the royal owl carried the day because he ended up passing the bill.
And he says it has been a long day dealing with these owls. That alone tells us that he thinks he's better than them, these owls, dealing with these owls. He says that what did the rebels think they would achieve? I mean, the bill has been passed into law. And he talks something about now the royal owl has no choice but to give him the tender that he wanted. Which tender is this?
The tender care, where he will be collecting money, that is now the tax imported on the birds. So there's he's going to take some care of the birds, tender care of the birds. Of course, this is previously had said he won't take it lightly if the royal owl doesn't award him the tender and gives to one of the mistresses.
Yeah, he says that if he gives it to one of the mistresses, he will not be okay with it. And this tender care is very sarcastic because he's not going to take tender care of them. He's actually going to exploit them. But he really fought for this bill to be turned into law because he was the primary benefactor. I mean, the primary person who was going to benefit from this. So they have moved the curfew hours from 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. It starts from 6 p.m. now. And the royal owl is going to get now data that pertains births, deaths, and eggs that the birds have.
So they are laying daily.
Yeah. And now that one, is very important data for someone who is a ruler. You have to know how many people, how many births have occurred, how many deaths, and who is doing what. But he also wants to use that to manipulate these birds, to tell them that, hey, the crows and the vultures are against you, so you need us to take care of this kingdom so that you are safe. So all this, the bill was just a manipulative tool. One, for Moneybags to gain, that is financially, by extorting these birds, imposing tax on them, but also for the royal owl to know the subjects. But in doing this, the subjects are going to have a strategy where they put a lot of fear in the subjects and create problems that don't exist, like the animosity between them and other birds. And that is what he's talking about. So here we also see something. The royal owl has mistresses. It looks like he's misusing his power because he's moving around, acquiring some extramarital affairs because of the power that he has. Yeah, so we see that. Another thing now, this episode proves what Iron Lady had said about the intentions of Moneybags, that he wants to get, that this money is going to be channeled to him and he's going to invest the money in other trees, other forests. So it is true what we were told, that Moneybags is a schemer. He's also greedy, because his greed is so much that he wants to affect all the other birds, so that
That is now he extorts money from them by saying that the tax collected is going to cater for the sick birds and also
and
the
old
old birds.
ones.
But in real sense, the money is going to benefit him.
Yeah, so also that's deception, because he's deceiving us with this kind of speech. He's saying that they are going to take care of the old birds, the sick birds, but he's the one who is going to be taken care of. So that was just a ploy to get money. We see he's deceptive, he's also greedy.
Yeah, we
And
can say he's also self-centered
Mhm.
because he works hard to ensure that the bill is passed so that he gets the tender.
yes, and he does it at all costs. The problem is he does it at the cost of even eliminating, planning to eliminate Arum Tidi. He is also not impressed by these rebel owls, whom he has ordered to be dealt with immediately. So all this shows how big his appetite is for greed. Also, so for the statistic device in this episode, we can talk about monologue. I think is the most prevalent, because there's
Where
someone.
we can see Moneybags speaking to himself
Mm,
concerning how the riots were and how the passing of the bill was.
yes, and don't forget that all this is happening while we can still hear voices, the noises actually, from the birds that are coming to coming to Parliament to demonstrate. It is interesting to see him slumping on his chair and even falling asleep at some point, feeling satisfied, yet there are noises around. It just tells us also, it's also symbolism to some extent, although that will come back to bite him, that he always treats these dissenting voices as just mere noises, these rebels, mere noises, things to be ignored. Only that now the noises are becoming louder and louder, but still he finds time to relax. I think he does this because he thinks that the achievement he has made is going to be more powerful and more important than these riots that are coming up. He also thinks that he is just, like you said, he's self-centered. So he thinks, okay, what have I achieved today? I have worked my way into probably one of the most lucrative tenders of my life, right? So these noises don't matter. I think that's basically it.
Yeah, when we look at the themes, should we say dictatorship, because Moneybags and the royal all make sure that they pass the Moonlight Bill,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, just to tax the birds and spare the owls.
It's true. We can also talk about greed. Greed is here, and also corruption at some point, because they're doing some exchange. Get me the bill, I get you the tender. So corruption also is in because he's looking at the fact that he's just going to get money from these birds.
From the birds who are hunger-stricken.
Yeah. So, and goes through loops to get it done. So there's greed, there's corruption. We can also talk about self-centeredness and obviously deception, because what he's saying he's going to achieve, or what he wants to do with this bill or
By
law.
luring the birds that the tax will enable them cater for the old members and the sick.
Yeah, and also he wants to deceive the birds that they are in danger that is creating in their mind, so that they're always going to be feeling like they need the owls to protect them. Yeah, so I think basically that is what this episode 8 is all about. It talks about the Moneybags' intentions, because he talks to himself now, no one can hear him, and he reveals what is actually what his initial plan was. I'm also interested in this. he says that if this tender were to go to someone else, the mistresses,
Parliament.
he would not take it lightly. So I'm very interested on what is going to happen if that were to be the case. What is going to be his first course of action? So we'll see in the next episodes what happens.
For the most comprehensive, detailed, and KICD-approved guidebooks of the current set books, Bembea ya Maisha, Mapambazuko ya Machweo, Nguu za Jadi, Parliament of Owls, An Artist of the Floating World, The Samaritan, Fathers of Nations, and A Silent Song and Other Stories, choose Climax 3-in-1 Guidebooks. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are written by teachers of long-standing experience in both teaching and examining KCSE examinations. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks have 3 booklets under one cover. Booklet number 1 is dubbed From the Examiner's Desk and contains tips on how to tackle KCSE English questions from Paper 1, Paper 2, and Paper 3 looked at through the eyes of experienced examiners. Booklet number 2 is an episodic approach study notes for set books, comprehensively written to suit your revision. Booklet number 3 is model KCSE questions with guided answers. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are the best set book guidebooks in the market. Other Climax 3-in-1 books are Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE poetry. Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE oral literature. Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE composition writing. Climax 3-in-1, Mastering English Paper 1. Climax 3-in-1, Mastering English Paper 2. In Kiswahili subject we have Climax 3-in-1, Insha Kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, Fasihi Simulizi Kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, Sarufi Kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, Mwongozo Kamilifu wa Ushairi. Climax 3-in-1, Marudio Kamilifu ya Kiswahili. If you want to make your learning easy, effective, and enjoyable and achieve the grades you want, always insist on Climax 3-in-1 books. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are available in all bookshops and bookstores across the country at the most affordable prices. Call us on 0722 579 271. Climax 3-in-1, your ladder to academic excellence.
Now shift our attention to episode 9 that happens after the Moneybags has dealt with all the owls and now he's resting. He's talked to himself, he's resting, and then he falls asleep. When he falls asleep, he dreams. He has a nightmare. And in this nightmare, all of his problems come to the fore, starting with a voice that becomes the image of the cunning bird, Oyundi.
So Moneybags is dreaming. We can see Oyundi appearing to him and identifies himself as a cunning bird. He talks about the royal bid and knows where it is and how they are going to take it from the owls.
And one of the things he says, he knows his power. She knows its power. And this is something, a secret that the other birds are not supposed to know, because it seems like this is the bid that the seat of power in this kingdom. So that is one of the things that happen. And also, of course, he's told that he's going to pay for all the sins that he has committed. Also, we see the fact that he's being told that the animals are going to perch on the parliament and take over everything. And then Moneybags is going to be persecuted for all the sins that he has committed. Yeah. So this is a nightmare for him, because all his problems, all the people and the birds that he's always feared are now appearing in the dream.
Yeah.
Then
in this we can also see Osogo, who appears to Moneybags. He appears playing a flute and tells Moneybags about how he killed birds of his blood, or we talk about the 33 weavers who, while they killed him, were looking for a cunning bird, and instead it led to the massacre of the 33 weavers.
Yes, it's true. And then of course he says that this is your own doing. He tells Moneybags in that kind of situation, and the blood of those 33 weavers will be on his hands. And he pleads that he was not the guilty one, that he was sent by someone. He mentions the royal owl, and at that point, the royal owl appears.
Yeah, in this case, the royal owl appears to Moneybags, that is still in a dream. And then as Moneybags tries to acknowledge the royal owl, he says that is not the right way to acknowledge him, because he's not supposed to be compared to man who are termed as evil. Now that they tend to cut the trees, that is now environmental degradation. Yeah, then Moneybag has to address the royal owl in a good way.
And he calls him the man of great moments, the man of powerful moments, all those things. Yeah, so he says that, no, you cannot compare me to man. The only people or birds that are loyal to man are hen, the stupid hen, and a bangcheth, who is the sparrow. And in Zulu, a bangcheth is degrading. It's a word, it's the name of a bird, and it translates to the one that feeds on feces. And that is why we have royal owl saying that it is only a bangcheth who depends on man. So you can imagine the kind of relationship they have with man. So he does not want his name to be mentioned in that kind of space. And of course, we have Moneybags changing tune and calling him the changes from man to bird, and he likes that. Royal owl likes that. So I think also it tells us how self-centered royal owl is and how much he wants to be praised. And I think these people know that. That's why they always praise him all over. There's something he says. He tells Moneybags that you are not a good person because you only praise me when you're around me or when I'm around. So that one also, we were being prepared. Before he said, Moneybags said that he hopes that royal owl is not going to give the tender, to take tender care of the birds.
To give the tender to the
mistresses.
Yeah.
And we saw that was pointing towards something that he was not going to feel very good about. Now, we are being told that he only praises royal owl when royal owl is around. Then number 3, when he was talking to himself, he was saying how this tender is going to benefit him. And of course, we were told by Iron Lady that, this tax is going to just come to him. So that, I think there's going to be a silent tension that we're expecting between Moneybags and royal owl. And at that point, royal owl is telling Moneybags to not be fearing these small birds, telling Moneybags that, all these things are just ideas. They're just ideas in your mind. Osogo is an idea, Oyundi is an idea. And then Moneybags says that even the rain, royal owl is saying, even the rain is in your mind, just an idea in your mind. Then Moneybags says, even the rain of the owls. And now, of course, that is what makes royal owl to slap him, because is now, that is treason. He's saying that even your power is just an idea, it's not real, it's not true. So that part also points to the fact that these Moneybags is not really going to toe the line. He has some ideas, some things he's working on. He has some underhand cards he wants to deal with these people. So that is why he's being slapped, because these things keep happening. He's talking about the tender. He's talking about this is just an idea. Royal Owl says, you only praise me when I'm around. Those things. So we're expecting something that is going to happen, some tension. Then after that, there's a flute. The Osogo's flute also comes into play, and Moneybags is told to make sure that flute is taken care of, because it makes royal owl to be uneasy. And then, of course, the voice changes to something else. The symbolic nature here is that, or the symbolic thing here is that the voice, when it changes from all the other voices, now it's a collective voice of those that are oppressed. And that is why Moneybags is being subjected to some torture in his sleep. And he's being told that the birds are going to perch on the parliament, and they're going to take over everything, and you're going to be punished.
And he will pay for all
He'll-
the responsibilities.
Yeah, he will take responsibility for everything. So he's really disturbed in his sleep. He keeps turning, and twitching. And by good luck, he's woken up by something and he's like, oh, thank God. It was a
just
dream. It was just a dream. That is where our episode 9 ends. And it's basically the dream Moneybags has. The dream points to all the problems that are going to befall him or that are surrounding him, all the ills that he's been part of, all the people that he has disenfranchised, or all the people that he has killed, or all the people that he has touched in a not so good way coming there, including Royal Owl, who is saying, there's something that you're trying to do and I don't like it. Yeah, so those are the issues in that episode. We see many things. We see deception in some way. It is in some way, it is mild, but we can feel it that there's a deception happening there, that Moneybags only praises Royal Owl.
When he's around.
Yeah, when Royal Owl is around. So there's a way someone is being deceived. We also see this dictatorial...
Environmental degradation, where
degradation.
Royal Owl says he hates human because they are evil and they normally cut down the trees.
Yeah, true. So, environmental degradation caused by human beings. So there's a commentary that the author makes through all these characters. And we have stylistic devices. We have the use of a dream as a stylistic device. Because the use of a dream, one of the powers is it can tell us what is ailing someone mentally without you being told directly. Yes. Because mostly we dream of the things that we think about. Yeah, so that is what is happening there. Also, it can be not foreboding, but it can be a bit of a flash forward using that dream, because they say that birds are going to take over Parliament and everything else. Yeah, and you're going to be subjected to this kind of execution or prosecution. Then it tells us that maybe this is going to come. So if it comes, then it is not a flash forward really, but it points to what is going to... It's a quick, flash forward to what is going to
happen.
Yeah, or what is going to happen. Yeah, we have the owl, Royal Owl, very self-centered.
Yes, that is because he wants all the good names. Yeah, then he's not supposed to be called the names just like any other person, let's say the man who is an evil character. Yeah.
He's also, I think he's also observant or cunning or intelligent, because he can detect that these Moneybags has some things that are not right. Yeah. Moneybags is very tactful, because there's a way that is working. We've seen that there's a way he's strategizing, positioning himself for power. Of course, Royal Owl has detected a bit of it, but we know that is very tactful, Moneybags. We find Oyundi and Osogo, we find them determined, because if they're coming into this dream and saying that they're going to topple this government ruled by the owls, then it must be real. They're really determined about it.
Yeah, and they end up telling Moneybags that he will pay for his sins.
Yeah. So that basically is our summary of episode 9. Now we'll look at episode 10, which occurs when Moneybags wakes up from his reverie or his dream and finds that Veteran P has come to Parliament and has been looking for him. So
we can say Moneybags asks Veteran P if he has the gate pass. Then Veteran P says he was granted permission by the police owls. Yeah. So Veteran P comes to Money Owls to give the news about the death of Arum Tidi, who she says had been found floating in a river. Probably he fought his own reflection and died. Yeah. Then Veteran P wants to ask some rumor about the death of Arum Tidi, that is on Moneybags, but Moneybags reprimands her because he's not willing to give more details of how Arum Tidi died or why he died or who killed them.
Yeah, and at the point where Veteran P wants to ask Moneybags about Arum Tidi, about the rumors that have been swelling in the kingdom, and we have Moneybags saying, no, stop, don't. Then there is something. That's also something, because probably we're going to guess that we're going to say that rumors are that he was killed, right?
Yeah.
He cannot really be fighting himself and dying like that. But we know that he was killed because this has been said. They had planned to get rid of him, and when he started, singing those songs of freedom, then he was supposed to be taken care of, especially by Blackstring and the rest of the owls.
Yeah.
So
Who said they should get rid of him because now that he knows most of the things that are happening in the Parliament of Owls.
And then also here we see Moneybags as a very hypocritical person, because he's pretending after he hears of the death. He says, oh, this was a very loyal owl. He served us with diligence and we are going to dearly miss him. Condolences. Of course, hypocritical. Then also, probably the biggest hypocrisy is when he confers Arum Tidi with titles now that he's dead. Yet, when he was alive, when they were planning to get rid of him, they were saying how he deserves nothing and is not even half of what the owls are. So that is the hypocrisy we see there. He's pretending.
We can also say he sends condolence to Arum Tidi's family, showing that he shares the grief, yet in real sense, he's behind the killing of Arum Tidi.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think that marks the end of our analysis here. We have seen that Arum Tidi is dead. He has been killed, and when the word comes to Moneybags, who was behind this killing, he pretends a lot. So we're going to see what the reaction of the birds is going to be. The birds towards this death of Arum Tidi, what it is going to bring, especially now that we know that there's a revolution that is coming, and how these loyal owls and Arum Tidi and Moneybags are going to handle the situation moving forward.
Did you know the 844 curriculum underwent significant change in the year 2006? That's when the syllabus changed. Pocket Positives, the best pocket-size high school KCSE revision books currently in the market. Pocket Positives, a compilation of the past KCSE exams arranged topically and form-wise from the year 2006 to the present. Pocket Positives, the most up-to-date revision books with the most updated trends in setting and marking KCSE exams. Pocket Positives, pocket size, pocket friendly. Call us on 0722 751 375 or 0722 579 271 or visit our website www.climaxpublishers.org or download our Somasasa app. Pocket Positives, your best revision partner.
We now move to episode 11, which is the first part of Act 3. And this is the sunset after the morning of Arum Tidi's death. And we can see his friends, or the other birds, Osogo, Ochongorio, and Telltale at the grave, and they are mourning him.
Yeah, so the birds discuss about how they could be fighting a losing battle, but Osogo encourages them that they should not lose hope. They have to fight until they get the freedom they need as birds in the Parliament of Owls. So as the discussion proceeds, we can see Osogo talking about when he was once going home. He saw Arum Tidi talking to Little P, where he had to convey some messages, of which we know Little P is a friend to Social socialite All, who is a friend to Moneybags. That is how maybe the secret could have leaked, and that is where we get Arumtidi into problems. Yeah, so since Arumtidi had worked as a propagandist in the Parliament of Earls and later on leaked the secrets, that is now they have to eliminate him because he knows more things that are happening in the Parliament of Earls. Yeah.
Yeah, true. So this dismissal, he had been dismissed from his post earlier. So this dismissal, of course, was probably the beginning of his problems, because we've been told that he had leaked some secrets. And of course, when you leak secrets that are supposed to be, of course, secrets are not supposed to be leaked. So they started distrusting him. Another thing we see is that there was a lot of propaganda around that time about other animals like the snakes being planted into the kingdom to bring the idea that these people are not safe, so that they could pass a bill, the protection bill. And when Osogo and his friends saw this, I think Oyundi had talked to Ochungulo, the ant. So he brought his army, and then of course they chased away the snakes. And because of that, they were, like, Oyundi was now the enemy of the state. And of course, Arumtidi was also implicated because he had been seen to be talking to some of these people. Now, we are talking about, they are wondering why they could kill Arumtidi, yet he was their chief propagandist. And at this point, we see that the birds cannot trust even the owls, those working for the owls. And now this death, as we were seeing, it could be the beginning of a problem for the owls, because they have killed a hornbill.
Yeah,
So what?
Who is one of their allies?
Yeah, who was one of their allies, and of course, his friends and all the other birds, the day birds and the night birds, do not like that idea. So, coupled with that revolution, that the revolt that the birds were planning, this is just a catalyst for the war to begin. And then we see that Little P, who works for the Bird's Eye View television network, comes into the picture, and the birds do not trust her. So she says no.
They tried to ask her why she betrayed the friend, but says she was only used by the Moneybags, or rather the Parliament of Earls.
Yeah, especially socialite owl used her to get information, and of course framed her for that. So we see deception or deceit in the. We see that in terms of socialite owl. We also see it in the other owls who kill Arumtidi, because this was their ally. But we get even more information from Little P. She says that Arumtidi had a dossier, probably some information that was going to implicate Moneybags about these tenders and the way the money
He had imposed the Moonlight Bill and how he was going to use the money.
Yeah, so that I think he heard of that, and that is why he was eliminated. Yeah, so this episode 11, is about, happens around the grave, the fresh grave, and the girls are just talking about the deception, the deceit that goes around, that brought the downfall of Arumtidi in terms of course, being killed, and the one that Little P has suffered in the hands of Moneybags, of course, through socialite owl. And now we see character traits of, we can talk about socialite owl. Yeah, socialite owl.
We can say she's a traitor.
Yeah, she's
because she tries to use Little P to get information from other birds.
Yeah, so there's the element of deceit there. We also find, we've been told here that they're feeling almost like all hope is gone, but they've been told that hope is the only thing we have. So we are finding birds who are optimistic. So we're going to talk about Osogo, Telltale, and we have Ochongorio as very optimistic birds. They think that the war is not lost. even the
They
Arumtedi is
can't
gone.
end the war until they win.
Yeah. So that is what we see. There are stylistic devices. Of course, we have personification as always.
Yeah.
Then we have symbolism. Of course, the birds are symbols of treachery, and we also have deceit there as they are symbols of that deceit. Another stylistic device?
I think
Yeah.
we are done with
Yeah, that could be it. So that is episode 11, which is the first part of Act 3. Takes place around the grave, Arumtidi's grave.
Yeah. And the
and-
heap of soil is still fresh.
Yeah, it's still fresh. And then, of course, it ends where they hear
The hooting of
the hooting of the owls,
Yes.
and that marks the beginning of episode 12,
Yeah.
because now they are coming into the scene. So these birds were here at the grave. They scamper and they hide in the bushes.
Did you know that you can now watch all Setbook video films anywhere and at your convenience? Download Soma Sasa app from the Play Store of your mobile phone and choose the Setbook video that you desire to watch. Click play and start to enjoy watching our KICD approved Setbook video films and other e-learning videos. It's that simple. Download Soma Sasa app from the Play Store, choose a video and enjoy watching. Soma Sasa app. Masomo Mkononi. Soma Sasa app, your mobile phone revision partner. Call us on 0722 751375 or visit our website www.climaxpublisher.org. Soma Sasa app, modernizing education.
We now look at episode 12, and this happens the second part of the next part of Act 3, where we are at Arumtidi's fresh grave. The birds have scampered for safety or to the bushes because the owls have been hooting. We have police owl, and we also have
Blackstring,
We
who
have-
is singing songs of joy.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can also see Red String moves in, although he's very drunk. Moneybags comes in, who is also very drunk. Then we also have the Royal Owl and the Socialite Owl coming in. They pretend to be mourning, but in real sense, they are happy of the death of Arumtidi.
Yeah, true. So this shows the hypocrisy, because they're talking about, oh yeah, this Arumtidi, great person, we are going to confer on him some titles. But yeah, it's also very surprising and low to see that Royal Owl is also here and is also mocking this grave. This is where we are talking about, they're saying that they can extend. They're having a party. You see the contrast, stylistic device here. They're having a party, it's a grave, but they're saying they are extending the moonlight party to celebrate the passing of
they're
the...
even taking wine. And the Royal Owl goes ahead to say they'll extend the party to mourn the fall of a hero. Again, they are going to award Arumtidi.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is happening. And then at the end, we are given, Red String is given a chance to sing something about what is happening in the kingdom. And of course, he sings about the moonlight law. And it says how all those birds that are flouting these rules are going to be arrested. Then this law is supposed to protect the kingdom and make it better. And we see that there's a lot of hypocrisy there. The contrast, which is very unfortunate, because all the other birds are suffering, but these people are extending their party to the grave.
Happy.
Yeah. So, but as all this is happening, we have Ochongorio, we have Telltale, we have Osogo watching all this drama, and you can see them looking at the owl community led by Royal Owl, and the way they are mocking the grave of their once friend, and of course a friend of these birds. So I think all these things are just making these other birds' anger to boil, because you can imagine someone kills a member of your family and they come to the grave
to celebrate instead of mourning.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that is what happens here.
Yeah, with this, we can look at some of the themes in episode 12. We can say we have cruelty, where we can see Arum Tidi is killed, and then when they come to mourn, that is around his grave, they celebrate. We also look at bad governance, where we can still say Arum Tidi is killed. Then they come in to mourn him as a hero, and again they come in to award him. We also have hypocrisy, where the leaders gather around Arum Tidi's grave, probably to mourn, but in real sense they are singing happy songs.
They're singing happy songs. Also the fact that we have money bags and Red String, they are drunk.
They are all drunk.
They are all drunk. And,
in fact, very drunk.
And because of this, just seeing them drunk there, I mean, it doesn't paint a very good picture. So it is ironical that they tend to say that they're paying their respects, but you cannot pay your respects if you are that careless.
Yeah, had also forgotten the theme of betrayal, where the Parliament of all comes in to kill their Arum Tidi, who is one of their allies, and then they show up at his grave just to celebrate and take wine.
Yeah, so that is betrayal or even deception. We can talk about that, and they are very cruel. Stylistic devices, we can talk about contrast, and of course we can also talk about irony. So contrast here, we contrast the situations. We have the birds in
where people, when expected to mourn, they are celebrating.
So we have also the birds in the bushes who are in a very somber mood, but we have all these other ones celebrating. We also have this grave, which is supposed to be a very sad thing, but the birds are celebrating. These other birds are celebrating, so that is contrast. We have that irony still connected with that, the irony that they kill this person and they kill Arum Tidi, and they were talking about how he was useless, but then now they're pretending that he was...
Previously he was useful, that is why they had to use him and dump him.
Yeah, so that is what happens there. So basically that's episode 12 for us. We have the birds have scampered into the bushes, and then the owls have come to have a party, dancing on Arum Tidi's grave, while the friends or the other birds, Ochongorio, Osogo and Teltel, are watching from a safe distance, and you can imagine how they're feeling as all this unfolds. The next episode, which is episode 13, will begin when Little P manages to leave that a place where they were hiding because of her situation as a news gatherer or a member of the Bird's Eye View television network, to come and find out what's happening in this party. Now we look at episode 13. Episode 13 is still at the grave, Arum Tidi's grave. We have first Ochongorio, Osogo and Teltel had come to pay their respects, then joined by Little P. And when the owls started hooting, of course, they scampered to the bushes. They saw all that, the party that they were having. And now, during that party and desecration of this grave, Little P, because she's a journalist, comes out to ask Red String what is happening, what all this is about. But before that, we see that Red String is saying, okay, yes, this is the Moonlight Law, and this law is going to be for the benefit of all birds. Anyone who is flouting the rules are going to be arrested, and this is the order from the one and only Royal Owl. Little P is being asked, comes out and asks Red String what all this hullabaloo is about. Now we get some information about what has happened. We get information such as Oliktiga and One-Eyed being appointed to implement this Moonlight Law.
Yeah, to be the officers in charge of the Moonlight Law.
Yeah, they're going to get the data of this, the deaths and births and everything else.
The number of eggs in the Parliament of all. Yes.
And because of this, they're saying they're doing this to make sure that they can protect the birds from the snake.
The predators.
Yeah, predators, but we know this is not true. Yeah, so that is what is happening. We've also seen that black, red, and green string have been conferred with funny titles like the elder of the most significant hoot and the order of the most digital eyes. Very funny kind of titles. But that is to do what? To celebrate them and to reward them for the work they do.
Work.
The good work they do for Royal Owl. So these are the issues we see here. And then we also see, we see that at this point, Iron Lady comes in and says, this is such a joke that you guys are doing here. I will not rest until you people are defeated. Of course, we have Ochongo Rio and Telltale who are saying that maybe all hope is gone, but they're saying, hope is what we have left.
They are optimistic that they are going to fight and get back the kingdom, of the Parliament of Owls. On the same, we can also say when Veteran P asks Red String what's going on.
Little P.
Yeah. Red String is willing to give the information, but on one condition that he doesn't want to be asked any questions.
Yes. Yeah, so that is what is happening there. Of course, Iron Lady comes and asks tough questions. And of course, we have Red String saying that, okay, Police Owl, you should take this owl away because, of course, we don't like people who ask tough questions about what you've done. That is what is happening there. What we've seen is that the last one is a blow to the birds, the new information that we've gathered, that Oyundi has signed a pact with Royal Owl, that she had been arrested the previous day and now has asked for amnesty.
And he's been released.
Yeah, and now is going to work with the
Parliament
Owls.
of Owls.
Yeah, so this is a blow because we're thinking, Oyundi, who is supposed to be the head of the struggle, has now gone. Now what else is there to do? But we are hopeful.
But despite the fact that he betrays the rest, they don't give hope. They continue with what they want to achieve. Yeah.
So the next evening, they've said that there's going to be a celebration of the pact between Oyundi and, of course, the Owls. And they hope that this is going to be the pact that brings together the day birds, the night birds, the omnivores and the grain eaters and things like that. So we're going to see how this happens. If this pact is founded on, truth, or this is just another ploy or the people playing some cards here. Yeah, so for episode 13, we see Little P gathering the information from Red String. We also see Iron Lady coming and vowing that these birds are not going to give up very easily.
Yeah, so they try to work hard to ensure that they fight the bad governance that is under the Parliament of Owls and attain the, let's say, independence. Yeah, true. So for Stylistic Device says, still, and this is going to be a song we're going to sing for this book, we're going to say symbolism, because this symbolizes something. We're still going to have contrast in terms of where Oyundi comes in to betray their friends, where she gets in touch with the Royal Owls.
And these people are fighting.
Given a role in the Parliament.
Yeah, but then we are going to hold on to that because we are not very sure. We've just been told, so we are going to find out if that is true or not. We have to wait until we talk to Oyundi in the next episodes. But we have the contrast between the boastful nature of red string, green string, black string, and how they're boasting, they're happy, they are really looking forward to this. They are very happy that the problems they had are gone. We contrast that with these birds who are in a somber mood. They've lost someone who was part of them, though was not part of them totally, but of course still family is family. And then they're almost losing hope, but they've not given up. Also, they're agitated by all these jokes that are happening in the kingdom. So there's that big contrast.
Plus, again, in their somber mood, they still watch the owls who are taking wine.
Yeah, and making merry.
Yes.
Yes. So basically, viewers, that is episode 13. A reminder again, this is where we find that the owls have come to the grave. The Red String has given us the idea of this moonlight bill. What is happening? And they're being asked, Red String has been asked about what the plan is. And we are being told also that there are people who have been given titles. There are those who have been given a job to do, such as Oliktiga and One-Eyed. Then we have also, and this is the bombshell we get at the end of that episode, that our Oyundi, the revolutionary force, has been compromised.
Is now working with the parliament.
Yeah, and now is working with the Parliament of Owls. We'll see how the next episode goes, so that we can see if Oyundi is indeed in these people's pockets or it is a ploy to do something monumental.
In episode 14, Oyundi comes to the grave of Arumtidi and tells it to rest in peace. Yeah, we can also see her telling the birds to remain united and urges them to fight to ensure that they get hold of their kingdom of the Parliament of Owls. Yeah. From this, we can also see Oyundi conversing to Red Strings. Then from there, we can see Oyundi sees a bird, a feather of a bird from a distance. So she has to go where the feather is, but tells Red String to go the other way. Yeah, so Oyundi moves near to the feather of the bird, and to there she converses with the bird, who is now Telltale. Yeah.
Yeah, true. It's very. First, what I find funny. Not funny. First, comes to the grave in a very somber mood, pays respect. That is a telltale sign that, okay, this death, this murder has caused something. It's not going to go maybe unrevenged. Then the second one is, we have Red String here, and she says, Oyundi says, oh, birds, you have to remain united. We will, the day birds, you have to remain united. We are going to fight these people.
To ensure they fight for their kingdom.
For their kingdom. It's funny because Red String is here, and Red String says, okay, we will teach you how to hoot, something like that.
Yeah.
Then when she sees the feather, she calls out for Telltale. Telltale doesn't come out. She goes there and sees the three birds. Now that is when she now tells Red String to go the other way. Yeah, so she's such a schemer. She knows how to be tactful. She knows how to pretend in public. And now these birds are very disappointed in her, because they're like, why would you be in a union with the owls? We are very disappointed. Now you've seen how these birds have been killed. Everyone who has been killed now, you have disappointed them because we thought you were going to be the person to fight. But she tells them that...
So from there we can say the birds doubt Oyundi's plan to join the government so that she can find the kingdom from within. Okay,
they don't doubt. They actually, I think they believe. That's why they're disappointed. They believe that Oyundi has joined the government. That's why they're saying, we are now disappointed. We thought you were one of us. But she tells them, no one has more tricks than I. I was with Hare yesterday. We conferred, we talked. We thought about how to, come up with something that would bring us victory. So, of course, it is true that she had visited Hare, because that is something we have been told before, visited the grasslands. So she tells the birds that, don't worry, I have a plan. You have to believe, you have to trust me. That is why when Red String comes and says, I've not found the birds. And then she says, okay, go the other way, because she's still talking to them.
So at least maybe we can say she needed enough time to converse with the birds.
Yeah.
That's why she sends Red String the other
side, but tells these birds, she has a plan. The rest of the birds should trust in her. And I think from what we've heard about her association with Hare, we kind of believe she has a plan that is going to make sure that they reclaim what they think belongs to them. So themes here, we can have which kind of themes?
We can talk about determination, whereby you see Oyundi who wants to use the trick to ensure that they get the kingdom that is belonging to the Parliament of Owls.
So there's determination there. Yeah, we have also determination, and what else can we talk about?
We can also talk about revolution, where the birds are willing to fight and make sure they get rid of the bad governance.
Yeah, and to some extent later on we can talk about gullibility, but of course the other birds do not know about what Oyundi is up to. Stylistic devices, we can talk about one. We can talk about there's this situation. So we have dramatic irony because we know what Red String does not know. Red String is a character in the story, but you, the audience, you know what a character in the story does not know about these birds who are hiding.
With the confidence Oyundi has, we are optimistic the plan is going to work out, but the other characters don't know. Yeah,
but another thing we are now, that one we are hopeful, but the one we are very sure of is the fact that there are birds hiding. But Red String does not know about these birds hiding. But you, as the audience, you know, you can see the birds there. So that is dramatic irony, probably the most elaborated there. We have we've talked about themes, character traits. Oyundi is tactful. And for this one, students have to know that we don't say a character is tactical, because tactical is something we do for non-living things. It is an adjective we don't use for people. You are tactful, full of tact. So that is what is there. And she tells her that, and we believe. So tactful because she is scheming. She
tries to convince Red String to go the other way when she wants to have more time to converse with the other birds. Yeah,
but also the bigger picture is that she's manipulating the situation so that she can get the best environment for her to stage a coup maybe, or a revolution that she wants. So that is a summary. Of course, there are other issues which we've not tackled, but that's a very short summary of episode 14 of Parliament of Owls, using the episodic approach. Next, we're going to see what happens with this celebration of the pact that they're going to do the next evening, and if it's going to bear the results that Oyundi says it's going to bear. For more insights on these episodes and information on the issues in the book, I would advise that you look at the very, very, very detailed guide from Climax Publishers. So this is episode 15. In this episode, we're still at around the grave. And of course, now we have Oyundi is talking to Osogo, Telltale, and Ochongo Rio. And at this point, Ochongo Rio says that when they've toppled the government, they should call it the flock of birds, not the Parliament of Owls. This is significant because birds is everyone. So they're looking at a situation where we have all birds being represented and everyone feels like they belong in the kingdom.
All birds being equal.
Yeah, being equal, their voices being heard. So when, after saying that, they go into a trance, it is like a dream or something, and they see into the future, they see that they're in parliament, different birds are bringing their issues and they're trying to solve them, and we see that now we have all birds represented. And in the trance also, what happens is Telltale is told about a magical bead that she's supposed to go and get
from the owls.
From the owls. But in the process, she gets too excited and shouts and screams
about it.
Yeah. And when her eyes open, she realizes that she is alone, and Red String and police owl come and arrest her. So that one. we learn many things from this episode. We learned that there's a vision for the future, a vision that is not based on revenge, but one that is based on progress, inclusivity, and a world or a kingdom where we have all birds feeling like they've been represented. That's number one. We also learned something. We learned that this, the seat of power is embedded on something, on a bead, and this bead is the one that has the power in it. And if they can get hold of this bead, then
that means the owls won't have the powers of the parliament again.
With the parliament again. So with Telltale arrested, we are going to see how this is going to work. Of course, it was a trance, so the other birds are not around. We'll see what Oyundi is going to do. There's going to be still the pact to be celebrated the next day. And Oyundi says she has a plan, so we'll see how that works. Yes. The issues raised.
So from this we can see bad governance, where the owls and the police owl come in to arrest Telltale, who's just singing on her own.
Yeah, so there's bad governance there. We also see, contrasting that, there's a contrast between the arrest of Telltale and the vision they have. So that's a stylistic device. But we're also going to see that there is inclusivity, especially from that trance, and justice and equality, because that is what all the birds are planning to do. Also, when Ochongorio tells Oyundi that we should call it the flock of birds, she likes that idea, and it tells us what kind of a leader she's going to be. And that is still contrast. We're contrasting her with the leaders that we have right now. Yeah.
From there, we can say she's a determined leader.
Yeah, determined.
Because she knows what she's doing and what she wants.
And she's also fair and just, because she wants everyone to take a piece of the cake.
To be represented and heard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or we can say they'll cater for the rights of everyone equally.
Yeah. As opposed to what these people are saying now, that some birds are more equal than others, because they're saying we are not of the same caliber. Some are not even half of us. So yeah, so that is a big contrast that we see there. So viewers, that is our very short take on episode 15, which is the trance that Ochongorio, Oyundi, Telltale, and Osogo go into, to give us a glimpse into the future of this kingdom.
How they want their kingdom to be.
Yeah, and we can also say, as a parting shot, that also that glimpse is a flash forward towards what we are being prepared for. Thank you. This is episode 16, which is the first scene of Act 4. And we see here, because in the previous scene, the previous episode, we had seen a situation where Oyundi had signed a pact with the owls, and now is one of them, though, is in the same government
with the birds.
Although she says that this is a trick that she's playing. So in this scene, we see that pact is bringing all these birds together. We have Red String here attending a wedding, Ochongorio's wedding, and it's such a big celebration. But it's interesting because we also know that Telltale has been arrested, and during this wedding, we can say that we see Oyundi saying that Telltale
is paying for her sins, so she just should be jailed. Yeah.
And now we're wondering, okay, Telltale is one of our best friends. Why should she say that Telltale should pay for her sins? But we know she's in this for the long haul. It is a prank, a trick that she's playing on the owls, for the owls to see that she's really determined to join them and she's ruthless. But what we know for sure is that this is a game they're playing, because we see this. When Red String leaves the party, this celebration, this wedding party, and says, of course, that this should adhere to the Moonlight Law, we see Oyundi asking Ochongorio if all the other birds know the plan. Yeah, so we see that there's a plan that has been hatched.
In short, we can even say they use the marriage ceremony to pass out the message on revolution.
Yeah, but
in the same case, we can say they also had sumptuous meals in that Red String comes in to say how are they going to fly away when they are very full.
Yeah, so that is true. And then we can also say this when Ochongori has been asked if the day birds know the situation, everyone has been informed. Even the vultures want to come, even the hornbills. The hornbills, of course, want to come because they want to come the next day to this pact, the ceremony where the pact is going to be sealed, because their mate was just killed the other day. We see that the owls have very many enemies that they have shortchanged. And when these enemies are being asked, most of them are really agreeing to come. So there's a revolution that is brewing. There's a bird that says, we only want peace. And that, of course, there are people who are not meant for this. They always say that the revolution is going to curtail the peace. But Oyundi is saying that. So if someone is shouting that they want peace, that means they're not in this revolution. So this bird is supposed to be trailed by Feathered Beak. Feathered Beak has also been given a job to make sure that he monitors royal trees. Remember that before, during the trance, we said there's a bead. Even when Moneybags was dreaming the other time, there was a bead about the bead,
which was to be taken from the Parliament of Owls.
From the Parliament of Owls. And it looks like these animals know a secret. They've had a secret of a royal bead that is a source of this, or the seat of this power. Yeah, the governance. So we have Feathered Beak given the mandate to monitor royal trees and make sure that the plan goes according to the laid out way. So we are going to see which of the...
We can also say the straight-eyed also abandons the revolt when she joins the parliament, now that she's been given some work. So in this case, we can say he works for the interest of the kingdom and betrays the other group.
Yeah, betrays the other group. And it is interesting because when this is actually brought, the word is brought by Iron Lady, who comes in panting. But I like the reaction that they have, especially Oyundi, who says, it doesn't matter, we always knew he was weak. We are going to go on with the plan no matter what. So shows, and this brings us to that theme of determination. They're really determined to see this through.
To get their kingdom.
Yeah, back. They have this secrecy going on. And if we can even see people like, birds like the hornbills who are saying they will come no matter what. So this is what is happening here. The determination is being seen, revolution is brewing, and it looks like Oyundi's plan is working.
Yes. We can talk about bad governance, where we see the arrest of Telltale, and this makes her miss even the good wedding ceremony.
Yeah. So of course, bad governance, and still the dictatorial tendency has not gone away. Yeah, so we are going to see that. And these are the things they're trying to change. Remember the trance, when they are dreaming of a just society where everyone feels included. Yeah, Telltale now, this is a very good chance to right the wrongs. But Telltale has been used as a sacrifice to just, hide the fact that there's something that these birds are planning.
Cooking.
Yeah, cooking. So that is episode 16, which is part 1 of Act 4, which is basically Act 4, Scene 1 of the play. Now we're going to go to episode 17, which is Act 4, Scene 2. Welcome back. So we're going to discuss episode 17 and 18. Episode 17 is just where towards the end of Act 4, Scene 1, where Oyundi is talking to Ochongori and asking Ochongori how she builds a nest, and she says that she uses the best materials. So that could be a little bit maybe symbolic.
Yeah, so we look at use of the leaves and the grass to build good nests. Then we link it to uniting people who sail in the same direction to build a strong kingdom with the same goals. So from there we come to episode 18, where we look at Moneyhals, who is speaking to himself and very happy, maybe talking about how the hatch plan is working. Yeah.
So Moneybags is walking around and is very happy that the plan is working. People are going to sing Royal Owl's praises, and in extension sing him praises too.
They praise him also.
Yeah,
as
also.
well.
Then we have, now in walks Moneybags' girlfriend, that is Socialite Owl.
Socialite Owl.
And she's telling Moneybags that, you know, this Oyundi bird is not someone you want to keep near you, because I've heard you guys want to bring him to be a member of parliament, but this is a very cunning bird. I will not trust these people. And yeah, that kind of exchange is happening, but Moneybags assures her that everything is okay. They have looked at this and it is a sincere kind of arrangement. Iron Lady comes in and shows disrespect to Moneybags, and Socialite Owl, who is Moneybags' girlfriend, does not like that. There's a confrontation between them. At first, we see Moneybags letting them fight, but when he realizes that Socialite,
the girlfriend is losing,
he
comes in
and rescues her. And of course, Feathered Beak comes in, and the exchange is also not good. So Feathered Beak and we have also Iron Lady, they leave the chambers protesting. And then something interesting happens. Because of that confrontation, we have Socialite Owl telling Moneybags, you see, these are Oyundi's friends. That Oyundi bird,
the little
little cunning bird. Even you look at he have friends, and so they hatch a plan. We have Socialite Owl saying that you should get rid of this Oyundi. One, you can get rid of Oyundi now, but Moneybag says that this can bring a revolt in the birds. They really trust this bird. It's not going to be good timing. So what we do, let's wait. We have Socialite Owl says, then why don't we wait? In a week or two after this pact is signed, she disappears. Moneybag says, yes, that can work. But then he says he has an even better idea. During the celebrations, he wants to plant some of the birds to create a commotion against Oyundi. In that kind of situation, Oyundi should be hurt.
Get Oyundi hurt.
Yeah.
And so once they rush the little bird to hospital, then they can have her killed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So they want Oyundi can be hurt in the commotion.
So that they eradicate her in the kingdom to ensure that the plan ahead is not fulfilled.
Yeah, true. So they want this bird hurt during the commotion and the nightingale to take her to royal trees for treatment, but in the process kill the bird.
She's not attended to, so she dies.
Yeah. So this is the plan, and they say that it's going to work, but then at that same time, One Night comes in and tells us about something that has happened, that the royal roof has had a hole punctured there. So it is sacrilegious because it shows that something has probably been stolen, but also Telltale is nowhere to be found. So there's Telltale gone, then there's a hole on the royal roof. So that is where this act ends. This is where this episode also ends. So the things we see, we find that there's some kind of deception or betrayal that is brewing, but it is almost double betrayal because we have Moneybags and Socialite Owl planning something on this side
against Oyundi,
and Oyundi and her friends are also planning something on the other side. So we're going to see who has the better plan to deceive the other. It's just kind of tricks now being employed. We also see some animosity between Socialite Owl and Iron Lady.
When they exchange while Moneybag is watching.
Yeah, and also what we see there is a big contrast. Iron Lady is a fighter. Socialite Owl is a slay queen of sorts. And even at some point, Iron Lady says, You know, you've lost what the other owls used to do. Now you're just thinking of your beauty and things like that. There's a big contrast there.
Yeah, even from the description, we can see her wearing lipsticks that was red. Yeah. We also talk about the makeup. She complained that the wind sweeps the makeup out their face.
Yeah, before. So that shows how she focuses on trivial things while other people are fighting for freedom. She's
In
looking
the
at her
kingdom,
beauty.
yeah.
Yeah. So, viewers, that is our very short take on the episode 17 and 18, which coincide with the end of Act 4. Now, in the next one, we are going to look at episode 19 and 20, which will coincide with the last act in the play, which is Act 5.
Did you know the 844 curriculum underwent significant change in the year 2006? That's when the syllabus changed. Pocket Positives, the best pocket-size high school KCSE revision books currently in the market. Pocket Positives, a compilation of the past KCSE exams arranged topically and form-wise from the year 2006 to the present. Pocket Positives, the most up-to-date revision books with the most updated trends in setting and marking KCSE exams. Pocket Positives, pocket size, pocket friendly. Call us on 0722 751 375 or 0722 579 271 or visit our website www.climaxpublishers.org or download our Soma Sasa app. Pocket Positives, your best revision partner.
This is episode 19, which is set at the beginning of Act 5 of A Parliament of Owls. And here, the opening, the stage direction, we see the contrast between royal trees and the other parts of the forest. We see the plunder in the other parts of the forest contrasted with the affluence and the trees here, beautiful and green. We even see a dying river that separates these two parts of
the royal trees and the other trees.
Yeah. And so this already puts us in a difficult situation because we see that we have the birds that are feeling so good, and then we have the others that are suffering. Even their nests, the way they hang from the trees, we
can see the nests have dried leaves and grass.
Yeah, there's dried leaves and grass and everything else. So this is the day for the Unity Pact, where we're going to see pact being signed between the day birds and the night birds. We've had the royal owl roping in Oyundi and her friends, but something is amiss. So this scene now opens with the whole celebration and people arriving. We see Oyundi arriving there amidst celebrations and hootings from the birds. Then we see also royal owl coming with, carried by 3 puppet owls. That is a little symbolic of course, because almost everyone here, the owls,
the power and the position she has in the kingdom.
Yeah, and almost everyone is a puppet. They play according to his tune. And so today, this is the pact that is being signed, and they want to coronate Oyundi into the parliament
of owls. Yeah, and previously they've said the pact look as the interests, we can say equal interests of all the birds in the Parliament of Owls.
Yes, and there's something fishy that happens. Moneybags, of course, introduces the royal owl with all the epithets, with all the pronunciations, with all the titles of bird of monumental moments and things like that. And after that, and we see that the royal owl is really enjoying this, which points to his self-centeredness. Also, he's put himself on a pedestal because we see that there are birds who are seeing him for the first time. So he's almost like someone who is unreachable, yet he's supposed to be a servant. Then there's something he says. He wants Oyundi to be first to be baptized using a new name. Oyundi is the firefinch, but he wants Oyundi to be called the firefinch owl. That she's joining the Parliament of Owls not as a firefinch, but an owl. And at that point, Oyundi finds that it is fishy. An example, you're a rat and someone wants you to join the dogs and they say you won't come in as a rat. You come in, we have to, as a dog, as a rat dog. Yeah. So they find it very, Oyundi finds it very fishy because it's like, we thought this door was open, but it is not really open. These people are planning something. Also, we see some things happening behind the scenes. As we had seen with Moneybags, the plan is to cause some commotion so that Oyundi can be injured and
taken to hospital where she will die from there.
So during this coronation, we have the red string, black string. They're talking about, hey, look at this bird. She's brought herself.
Oyundi is happy, yet she's going to be killed in the parliament. In fact, they are going to have her as a meal for the night.
Yeah, that is what they're saying, that she's brought herself to the slaughterhouse. Now, on the other side, we have Ochongo Rio saying, look at these people, they're getting carried away. They don't know what we have in store for them. So it's a tussle of wits. These two sets of birds, they are planning something. And so they're saying, look at these people. They don't know what's in store.
The others have
so that is what is happening. Then something happens during this process of trying to baptize Oyundi, because the royal owl starts saying something about the kingdom and the hole that was created on the royal roof by a bird. And because we were told before the way Oyundi was playing with this Telltale situation, that she wants Telltale to pay for her sins, also Royal Owl is saying, that Telltale bird, because she's escaped, the roof has been blown at some point, that she's a wanted criminal that needs to be found. Then now we have Oyundi jumping here into the scene and saying, I know where Telltale is, but what will you give me if I tell you where Telltale is? There's a post that Moneybags has been eyeing, the chief whip. And of course, Royal Owl says, Oyundi, if you tell me where Telltale is, I will make you chief whip. And that, of course, infuriates Moneybags, as we've seen before, that there's something happening here. Remember that when they're coming in also, and there's this freedom flute that is supposed to be the symbol of unity for the kingdom that Moneybags carries for Royal Owl, and that also, that act there, we are going to see what happened, because looks like Moneybags is looking at this situation as one of the days when he also should be recognized, because he said that when the birds are singing Royal Owl's praises, indirectly,
they should also praise him.
Yeah, so they'll be also indirectly praising him, because he's one of those people who have created this whole thing that has happened. So during this coronation, during this baptism, Royal Owl says that, okay, that Telltale bird has to be found. Oyundi says, I will find her. And then what she's promised is the role of chief whip. Moneybags doesn't like it. And now there's a confrontation between Oyundi, Moneybags, and also Royal Owl. So Oyundi says something that now starts revealing the secrets that other birds should not know about the owls. Yeah.
Talking about what they know concerning the Royal Owl that was said by Moneybags.
Revealed by Moneybags.
When Royal Owl tries to reject that is not true, she says, how did she know about it?
Yeah, things like the nightmares that Royal Owl has been having, the obsession with fireflies that the Royal Owl has, and also there's something interesting. Royal Owl is allergic or has a phobia for light. And those things, you know, all these weaknesses are being told to the public, and this is a public figure. And so we think, like, he's even saying, you're stripping me naked. You know, there are secrets that you should not have a public figure like that who has been painted as the almost god for them, is being stripped down to a mere mortal, has phobia for light, is obsessed with fireflies, has been getting nightmares every time that flute is played by Osogo. And since when Narumtidi died, there was a shadow that was cast in his mind that made him very scared. So all those things makes the royal owl very nervous. And eventually, Oyundi tells Osogo to play a tune in order to call Telltale. And as we know, even in the dream that Moneybags had, when the royal owl came to that dream and there's a flute from Osogo that was heard, royal owl was saying, that tune is so irritating. It is one of the worst things that they can hear. And we have learned that tune brings nightmares to them.
To introduce Telltale.
Telltale. And of course, royal owl complains, but he's told, hey, if you want Telltale to come, that is the only way we can call him. So that is episode 19, because it ends where Telltale now is coming into the scene, because that's now where things change for the better or for the worse for different characters. Yeah. So, Faith, you can talk to us about maybe stylistic device, or okay, we can start with the character traits of some of these people.
With the character traits, I can say Moneybag is treacherous. She goes ahead to reveal the secrets of Royal Owl.
Yeah, deceitful in fact, also.
Talking about the secrets to the subject, who looks at him as a god.
Yeah, true.
So we can also look at the red string. Red string can say they betray their friends, whereby Oyundi is now working with them in the parliament, of which they try to work close with her, and yet back they are talking about how they are going to make her a meal for tonight.
That is very dangerous, because at some point they're saying how they are working together, and that, you know, even Moneybags is also deceitful, because he's here deceiving Royal Owl. But Royal Owl has always had an inkling about what Moneybags has been trying to do, because he's always pointed out in some way. But now he's very mad at Moneybags, because Oyundi is saying, yes, this is the guy who has been revealing your secrets. And that is why they call Telltale, to prove.
So with episode 19, we can look at some of the themes. One, we have betrayal, where we look at Red String and Black String working with Oyundi, but at the same time, they are planning to have her as a meal for tonight. We can also look at the role of women in liberation, where Oyundi works in hand with the other birds to ensure that they get the kingdom, and therefore they have the kingdom having the rights that cater for the interest of everyone. We also look at poor governance, where we have a dry river separating the royal trees from the other trees. Where we also look at some of the nests having dry grass and dry leaves.
For character traits, so that is going to be character traits we talk about. We've said that Moneybags, deceitful. We've talked about also, but Oyundi is going to be tactful, because he already made the plan. That is why he's even now. He's destabilized everyone, including Royal Owl. Viewers, that was our short take on episode 19, which begins at the opening of Act 5 and ends when Telltale joins the scene. We're going to see you in the next one as we look at the last bit, which is episode 20. Come to the finale of our analysis, and now we're going to look at episode 20 of Parliament of Owls, and this is the one that is marked with the coming of Telltale from hiding, and he's supposed to reveal the secrets that Moneybags has been telling the other birds. He's supposed to corroborate the Oyundi's argument. She comes and tells us about what Moneybags has been planning all along. Moneybags visited her in her cell and told her the secret of the royal bead, which carries the power of the king or any ruler of this land. Another thing is that Moneybags had planted Oliktiga. Oliktiga is blind, the bat, but he has the power to read minds. And all this was done so that he could figure out what Royal Owl was thinking about. And then, of course, during that process, he realized his fears. He realized where the royal bead was kept and organized so that it could be stolen. So this ceremony, this Unity Pact celebration, according to Moneybags, it was not just a pact between the daybirds and the owls, the night birds, but it was also going to be his moment
Of coronation.
Of coronation, to get the royal bead and assume power. This is the plan that has been thwarted. And when all this is clear, because of these secrets that no one else should know, by the way, now, how did these birds know? Moneybags has been revealing this, and he has been working behind the scenes to position himself for this power. So when this happens, Royal Owl strips him of everything and sentences him to be dealt with, and is killed, taken, whisked away by Police Owl. And in the process also, Oyundi is inducted into Parliament with the name Firefinch Owl. We have Iron Lady assuming the power of the leader of majority. But that is not all, because there's some problems that they still need to fix. Now, what happens is that Royal Owl still thinks he's in power. And of course, Oyundi did not come here just to be a member of Parliament. So he comes and says, with the power conferred on me by law, I pronounce this Parliament dissolved. And actually the revolution starts when Telltale comes in. You remember when she comes in and Ochongorio says, Telltale, welcome to the flock of birds. And the owls are like, flock of birds? This is a parliament of owls.
The birds are taking over leadership.
That moment, that is the moment that when it... And when Ochongorio says this, the other, Royal Owl does not hear, but behind the scenes we know that things are changing. So Oyundi now dissolves Parliament. Royal Owl is like, hey, what are you doing? You don't have the power to do that. It only has to pass through me. Then Oyundi tells him that, you see, your power is now waning. You don't have any power. You don't have the royal bead. And we know the secrets. We realize that this royal bead was taken and dipped in the water at just the point where Arumtidi had been killed. That signaled the change of guard. So that is symbolism number one. The royal bead had been changed, dipped at the position where this person was killed, and now it changed. And now also we have Python is dead because he ate the carcasses of poisoned bats, which means his ally, Royal Owl's ally is dead. We also have, now he has nowhere to turn. We also know that he's allergic, he has a phobia for light, and the sun is just about to come out. So he's feeling like he's now cornered. So at this point they wrestle, and of course we have at the end Oyundi takes the bead, he flies away, Royal Owl flies away, helpless and powerless. And now Osogo gets the royal flute, which he plays, and he says, when Moneybags was here, he hooted and looted and did everything. Now it is the turn for this queen to be crowned. Now we have crowned our new queen in the kingdom of the birds, the bird kingdom.
The flock of birds.
The flock of birds now, and that is now their parliament, which is all inclusive. Something interesting happens at the beginning of Oyundi's reign. The first thing is they're asking her, how will we call you? Do we call you the Oyundi the firefinch, or we call you Oyundi the firefinch owl? And she says that that is going to be subjected to a vote. That tells you something. Anybody else would have given these people a name, but she does not want to impose anything on the subjects. Yeah, she wants to include everyone.
Show that she's giving them equal rights,
Yeah,
so
equal
they
rights.
have to vote and choose the name they're going
Yeah.
to call their queen.
But in the meantime, there's a voice that says, in the meantime, we are going to call you Oyundi the se. This is, and they sing a song that mocks Arumtidi, and that song is a popular Luo song, because Arumtidi, that mocks Tula, who is a royal owl, and that song is always it's a popular Luo song, traditional song, that talks about why all the birds don't like the owl. Yeah, because the owl is isolated in some way, and everywhere the owl goes, he gets kicked. I think also it's because of the symbolism that the owl has in the traditional Luo society, that the owl symbolizes, a misfortune and things like that.
Yeah, it's a harbinger of bad omen.
Yeah, so if an owl were to hoot around your neighborhood, it would symbolize something.
Death.
Yeah, death. But then again, it comes from, I read an article that says that some scientists argue that this thing, it can be proven scientifically in this way, that long ago when people were dying, they would be nursed in the house, in the homes. And when you're dying and your organs are failing, there's some wavelength of smell that other birds can detect from a dying person. So that is what used to happen, that the owl could detect. That's why they could only go to places where someone were to, if someone is on their deathbed, and the owl comes and hoots at your home, just means, so for us it meant, symbolizes that person will die. But scientifically they say that it just symbolizes that your organs, that person's organs had continued failing. So of course that's why they die eventually. So we have the coronation that has happened for the queen, who is now has been named for them in the meantime, Oyundi the Sesese. Here we say that there's a mood of uncertainty. It is true, because even when Royal Owl came into power, there was a revolution that they did. That's why they always talk about the songs that they had, the sad songs of those dark days.
Them of the dark days.
Yeah, this happens everywhere, and this symbolism in this book is so ripe and pregnant, because whenever there's a new regime, people are hopeful, but people are also uncertain. There's an air of uncertainty, because you don't know which direction the kingdom or the country is going to take. The same way, we might not be very quick to judge and say that Oyundi is going to be the best leader that these people have ever gotten. But now it is left to our imagination. For now, the evidence we have is that, it's going to be better, because
But once we have a new leader, everyone is always optimistic that things are going to work well. Until now, the leader starts doing the duties. That's when we see, we could rather have the previous leader.
But judging from what Oyundi has done now, by giving these people a chance to take
vote.
part in voting in how she's going to be called, I think, that's a very good footing that she started on. So that is episode 20. We are going to finalize by talking about the stylistic devices, like the use of song. The use of song is very important here, because yes, it's supposed to diffuse the mood. This mood has been so tense, but it also tells us that in the bird kingdom, the owl has always been hated. And that is why when they got into power, they did everything possible to make sure that they held on to it, because they knew they were not going to be popular after their reign. And then, of course, the symbolism that we've had, even the royal bead is a symbol of power. Then we are going to talk about the symbolism of dipping the royal bead in Rumtidi's point of death. Also just tells us about your sins coming to bite you in very bad places, because you killed someone and that spot where they died is the one that has been used to strip you of your power. We can look at, lastly we can look at
irony, where Money Owls betrays the royal owls.
Yeah, so Moneybags betrays royal
By
owl.
talking about his secrets, that is how the other birds come to know the weakest points.
Yeah,
and
but
that is
he's
how power is taken.
Yeah, and he's also an owl just like any other owl, so giving out those secrets was detrimental even for them. Lastly, we'll talk about these character traits, and then we can wrap it up. We can say Telltale is loyal to the bone, because what she has gone through, without her, there's no revolution. Without her, we don't get the evidence that shows that Moneybag was spilling these secrets to information. And I think she's been Oyundi is a heroine, but Telltale is the one that makes the heroine shine. And so very loyal, determined, just like Oyundi. Oyundi has been tactful. The plan that she said she had has borne fruit. We have hypocrites like Moneybags, and we have people like that.
Red strings and black strings.
Yeah, because we see that when Moneybags has been taken away, we start finding these birds are congratulating Oyundi and everyone else. They're just positioning themselves for what is going to come. And it happens. Symbolism, when a new regime comes, people who want to be part of it always start licking those boots and everything else. So that is what happened there.
Yeah, under themes, we have political assassination, where we see royal owls planning the death of Moneybags after he noticed that Moneybags went ahead to reveal all his weakest points. Then we have betrayal, where we get to Red String and Black String planning to have Firefinch for a meal that is that night, whereas they are working with her in the parliament.
So viewers, we have come to the end of our analysis of Parliament of Owls, one of the most interesting books you'll ever read from the last 10 years. Why do I say this? Because this is one of the richest satirical pieces, the richest plays that have come out of this country in a while. And it's so relevant because the issues that it touches are the ones that we grapple with every single day. Leadership, betrayal, this divide,
corruption, poor governance,
things like that. And it is one of those stories that need to be read over and over and over and appreciated for what it is. And lastly, of course, every reader is going to enjoy it for one reason: the poetic manner in which it is done. And let me take this opportunity to wish each and every one of you success in your exams. I hope this analysis adds to those grades and your understanding of the book.
For the most comprehensive, detailed, and KICD-approved guidebooks of the current set books, Bembea ya Maisha, Mapambazuko ya Machweo, Nguu za Jadi, Parliament of Owls, An Artist of the Floating World, The Samaritan, Fathers of Nations, and A Silent Song and Other Stories, choose Climax 3-in-1 Guidebooks. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are written by teachers of long-standing experience in both teaching and examining KCSE examinations. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks have 3 booklets under one cover. Booklet number 1 is dubbed From the Examiner's Desk and contains tips on how to tackle KCSE English questions from Paper 1, Paper 2, and Paper 3 looked at through the eyes of the experienced examiners. Booklet number 2 is an episodic approach study notes for set books, comprehensively written to suit your revision. Booklet number 3 is model KCSE questions with guided answers. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are the best set book guidebooks in the market. Other Climax 3-in-1 books are Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE poetry. Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE oral literature. Climax 3-in-1, a guide to mastering KCSE composition writing. Climax 3-in-1, mastering English paper 1. Climax 3-in-1, mastering English paper 2. In Kiswahili subject we have Climax 3-in-1, insha kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, fasihi simulizi kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, sarufi kamilifu. Climax 3-in-1, mwongozo kamilifu wa ushairi. Climax 3-in-1, marudio kamilifu ya Kiswahili. If you want to make your learning easy, effective, and enjoyable and achieve the grades you want, always insist on Climax 3-in-1 books. Climax 3-in-1 guidebooks are available in all bookshops and bookstores across the country at the most affordable prices. Call us on 0722 579 271. Climax 3-in-1, your ladder to academic excellence.